Good evening, everybody, and thank you for joining us. This is the Aspen City Council regular meeting for May 14th, 2024. That's a call to order. Can we have a roll call for attendance, please?
Councillor Doyle.
Here.
Councillor Guth.
Here.
Councillor Howenstein.
Here.
Councillor Rose.
Here.
Mayor Tory.
Here as well. This evening, we get to start our meeting off with what is one of my biggest honors, and that is a swearing in of a new officer. John Young. John? How you doing?
I'm doing okay. How are you? Good to see you. You as well.
If you'll raise your right hand, please, and repeat after me. I, John Young,
I, John Young,
do solemnly affirm that I will support
do solemnly affirm that I will support
the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
and the ordinances of the City of Aspen,
and the ordinances of the City of Aspen,
that I will faithfully perform the duties
that I will faithfully perform the duties
of a police officer of the City of Aspen, Colorado,
of a police officer of the City of Aspen, Colorado,
and that I will be mindful
that I will be mindful
of the mission, values, and philosophy
of the mission, values, and philosophy
of the Aspen Police Department
of the Aspen Police Department
in providing respectful, thoughtful, professional services
in providing respectful, thoughtful, professional services
to any person seeking assistance from me.
to any person seeking assistance from me.
Congratulations and thank you very much. Newest Aspen Police Officer. You're welcome to say anything you'd like. You've been through some training, but if you want to address.
The only thing I need to say is thank you to the Aspen Police Department, the whole entire team. Everyone there is amazing, and I really appreciate this opportunity, and especially to serve the city of Aspen.
Thank
I
you.
really appreciate it. Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Councilors, could you please all check your devices to make sure they're muted? One of you has a low volume on them that's creating some feedback. Thanks.
All right. That'll bring us to citizens' comments and petitions. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address City Council on items that are not scheduled for public hearing. We do ask that you limit your comments to about 3 minutes so everybody gets a fair and equal opportunity. When you reach that 3 minutes, I will give you a signal so that you know that your time has come to an end. Come right up. If you don't mind, sit right in the front chair there. Those microphones are on, but if you could make sure that they're pointing towards your mouth, that'd be great.
I appreciate the opportunity to address City Council. I'm here to highlight my concern
If
about...
you would introduce yourself for the
Sure.
record.
Eric Mandelblatt. I'm a resident of the city of Aspen. I live in the West End. I'm here to register my concern about a growing drug, homeless, and crime crisis developing in the city of Aspen. I think it's best to maybe use a few examples to highlight what I see, and I wanted to make sure that City Council is addressing the issues that I believe are arising in our town. So maybe a few examples. My wife is a regular hiking over at Smugglers, and on February 27th, she was hiking the day that there was an alleged knife point robbery on smugglers, clearly something that we're not used to seeing in the city of Aspen. I received the following message from my friend network. I don't want to be alarmist, but sadly, I think we need to be careful with our children roaming freely on the RFTA, etc., which kills me because I love letting them have that freedom. But I've seen a lot of sketchy people around of late, people living in their vans by Maroldt, and today one of the vet techs at an animal hospital had car trouble and was pulled over on the side of the road down valley, and a young guy got out of his car and, got into his car and was masturbating. This is disgusting. We need to be concerned and we need to be vigilant for our children and make sure that we know their whereabouts at all times. This is disheartening. A few more examples. My children attend Aspen Country Day. We had a middle school dance recital last Friday, a bit of a homecoming type situation. I dropped my children off at 6 o'clock. There was a disheveled individual walking around on Castle Creek Road. When I picked up my children at 8 o'clock, the police department was there with their flashlights out, searching for, I think, the same individual I saw on Castle Creek Road. The bottom line is that we don't want our town to turn into Denver, New York City, and San Francisco, and I don't know if the root cause of the issue is that we don't have the right laws on the books or if we're not enforcing the laws we have. But I believe it's best for City Council to get in front of this issue early before the situation becomes more extreme. I'll also just say I work in town. My office is a block from Connor Park. I've seen drug needles in the park. Every day I walk by, the park is filthy. There's clothing laid out. This is not the Aspen that I moved to 3 years ago. Something has changed, and I think the onus is on City Council to address the issue and figure out if we need new laws or we need to enforce our laws better to ameliorate this issue. I have 3 young children. It's gotten to the point that my children have identified that we have a homeless crisis and a drug crisis in our city, which is really unheard of. We've not heard this before. So I wanted to put this on your agenda, make sure that you're aware of the issues. I think many in our community are feeling this. God bless our police department. They're doing a tremendous job. But we have a burgeoning issue here, and I believe City Council needs to address it.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Other members of the public for public comment this evening?
Thank you. I'm Chris Lane. I'm the CEO of Aspen Center for Environmental Studies. As most of you know, ACES has been around. We're right down the street here for 55 years. Our nature preserve at Hallam Lake is a home to moose, mountain lions, thousands and thousands of waterfowl that come in the winter, and this is just winter. It's a bear. A year ago, a bear denned under our deck all winter, which was kind of cool. You could hear it breathing under the deck. We've got mink, pine marten. It's Aspen's own little mini Serengeti. It's our biggest public park. It's a nature preserve. So while we, ACES, the Board of Trustees and the staff, we love music, we don't love loud music. We appreciate the economic benefits associated with concerts. But the last 2 winters with the Palm Tree Festival at the Rio Grande Park, it's been quite impactful on ACES, our programs, our education programs, our employees, and on the wildlife. On our programs, the sound checks prior to the day of the event are loud enough such that they actually disrupt kids, students in the preserve as they're going through outdoor education. Our employees at night complain to me about their children being woken up. I know the concert's over by 10 p.m., but before that, being woken up. And on the wildlife, we'll never really know what the impact on wildlife is without studies. But there are countless studies across the globe. I'm going to just reference one right now. It's published in the National Institute of Health in December of 2022, the Neurobehavioral Alterations from Noise Exposure in Animals, a systematic review. The study's 50 pages long. I'm going to read you one paragraph. Laboratory studies and field research have identified 4 main ways in which animals are adversely affected by noise pollution. 1, hearing loss. The noise levels above 85 decibels or higher. I know the concert's limited to 100 decibels. 70 decibels is a classroom chatter. 100 decibels is a construction site. That concert was not 100 decibels. 2, masking, such as the inability to hear important environmental and animal signals. 3, increased heart rate and breathing. And 4, behavioral effects. So there is considerable, I'm still quoting, considerable species variability, and this varies according to the characteristics of the noise. This may lead to territorial abandonment and loss of reproduction. In birds, alterations in foraging, vocalizations, nesting were noted. Laboratory studies, on the other hand, carried out in small mammals, highlighted spatio-temporal cognitive alterations and memory loss. There's other studies, but to keep this quick, I'll just say this. In conclusion, noise is challenging for wildlife. So on behalf of the ACES Board of Trustees, which are 20 board members who are citizens of Aspen, the ACES staff, which are 45, 25, which are citizens of Aspen, and the wildlife, of course, that can't speak for or to us, here's our hope. And again, we're not against concerts. We're not against music. Our hope is this. One or all of the 3 things that maybe you guys would consider, and I know you're looking at this later tonight. One would be to move the event to maybe another location. Buttermilk, Highlands, Papke Park. I know they've been done at Bleecker Street corner before. The Aspen Skiing Company's done it. So we've got lots of venues that maybe those could work. The other would be, 2, could we find a way to turn down the volume? And I know if you guys are my age, most of us have tinnitus from all those concerts when we were young. I don't really see a good reason to give young people tinnitus, which is what we know we're doing right now by exposing people to loud, extremely loud noises. I'm thinking we were suggesting maybe under 80 decibels, and I imagine there's a way to do that. And then the last one would be, and this is slightly selfish, so I don't want to adversely impact anyone else, but to turn the speakers, I'm done, turn the speakers away from the direction of Hallam Lake and maybe point them up Independence Pass might be an option as well. With that, I just thank you for your time. Thank you for all the work you guys do on City Council. I know how hard it is, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much, Chris.
Thanks.
Citizen comment this evening? Other members of the public that wish to?
Hello, good evening. My name's Alfred Menendez.
Good to see you.
What was that?
Said good to see you.
Yes, nice to
Welcome
see you all
back.
as well. Thank you. I've just prepared some comments. I hope that each of you received the email that I sent a few weeks ago regarding and detailing a bit more of the views I expressed the last time I spoke at the end of April regarding smoking laws and signage. Today, I just want to expound on what I outlined, quoting from the city municipal code as well as from the Colorado Clean Indoor Air Act. In chapter 13.16.070 of the City of Aspen Municipal Code, it reads, quote, "To advise persons of the existence of no smoking or smoking permitted areas, signs shall be posted as follows. A, in public places where no smoking is permitted, pursuant to this chapter, a sign using the words of no smoking and or the international no smoking symbol shall be conspicuously posted either on all public entrances or in a position clearly visible on entry into the establishment," end quote. The Colorado Clean Indoor Air Act, section 25-14-207-1-1 states regarding the local authority that, quote, "A local authority may, pursuant to Article 16 of Title 31, a municipal home rule charter, or Article 15 of Title 30, enact, adopt, and enforce smoking regulations that cover the same subject matter as the various provisions of this Part 2, except that, unless otherwise authorized under subsection 2A, 2B, or 2A, 2C of this section, a local authority may not adopt a local regulation of smoking that is less stringent than the provisions of this Part 2," end quote. I bring this up because there's discussion in conversations I've had with various county and city employees regarding a disconnect or a superseding of the Colorado Clean Indoor Air Act versus the City of Aspen Municipal Code. And so I am just bringing this up, reading into the record so that it is there. Those, to the best of my knowledge from my reading, are the only applicable parts of the two statutes in question. Being that the Colorado Clean Indoor Air Act does allow local municipalities and local authorities to create regulations, there's no conflict between these local and state statutes. And so I'm requesting that you, the City Council, communicate with the City Manager and the City of Aspen Environmental Health and Sustainability Department to determine how or what they should do to enforce the applicable signage regulations. The reason that having signage is important is because it clearly communicates to residents, guests, and visitors that we desire to create a healthy and safe environment for everyone who lives and visits our city. In addition, enforcing the laws passed by this City Council reiterates the understanding that there are rules and they should be followed. I think that's just a general good thing in general to abide by. And so I'm just asking the City Council to investigate this matter further and please determine what needs to be done to enforce the City of Aspen Clean Indoor Air Act in our local businesses within your jurisdiction for the safety, health, and well-being of the public. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Other citizen comment this evening?
Good evening. Mike Maple, 1250 Mountain View Drive. I see this evening you will once again be considering some appeals of demolition allotments. It's a bad situation and it's getting worse, I see. I believe 10 demolition allotments have been issued in the ordinary course of making application as the city expected or intended. One has been issued to a so-called long-term local for a total of 11 in the ordinary course. I believe that you have issued 12 by appeal or by litigation to date, and it is likely based on what I see on the agenda that you will be issuing 6 more tonight, plus a so-called long-term local demolition allotment. The lesson here is that this process is not working, but if you have money, you win. You know, virtually 100% certainty. I think there has been so far only one appeal or litigation, as the case may be, that has been denied, and they're back tonight on your agenda for a potential settlement. This demolition ordinance has trampled Aspen citizens' property rights. It has created tremendous uncertainty and anxiety for certain members of the public that have the good fortune to own property. And I believe it's actually accelerated demolition. You know, people quite logically may not have been planning on demolishing their home or moving on, but you have created a circumstance where a prudent property owner would pursue a demolition allotment and the demolition of their home to preserve their property rights and value. That is a disaster for our community. We are pushing people out of the community, and we are also eliminating housing. You know, maybe the owner of that house or property may be ready to move on, but I'm sure there are many cases in which a new owner buys a place, he wants to redevelop it someday. It's in the ordinary course, it's a long process, and so that home would be available for somebody else to live in on a reasonably affordable basis for potentially years and years and years. But we have created a situation where once you win one of these hard-earned and expensive demolition allotments, you need to act and demolish that home. This is a disaster. With respect to the gentleman, longtime local, that is pursuing his demolition allotment this evening, I invite you to ask him 3 or 4 questions. How does he feel about the process that he has been put through for the last 2.5 years. Why is he pursuing it now? And how much did it cost him to pursue this? My guess is it cost easily $20,000. That's ridiculous. Let people act in their own best interests. Let them have their property rights. Get rid of the demolition allotment process. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Other members of the public wish to speak this evening? Rachel?
Well, this is the hot seat tonight. Thank you all. My name is Rachel Richards. I live at 816 Vine Street. I've lived in Aspen since 1978. At the April 15th council meeting where the replacement of the Castle Creek Bridge was discussed, there was no public comment. And I believe it's one of the most important issues facing our community. At the end of the meeting, Mayor Tory, you asked if more information was needed. And so I thought I would request some items that you could consider adding so that the public can make an informed decision as well. I believe that the two potential detour routes for the temporary detour bridges should be staked out clearly and marked for a minimum of 2 weeks before the August meeting so the public can understand who is impacted and where they are. That might be why you need an EIS too, just to see which neighborhood gets the impacts. And so those neighborhoods can find out what those impacts will be of the 2-year, 365-a-day, 24-hour detour route. Unless, of course, we're planning on the 4-year construction while the bridge is still in function. I request that the trees which will be removed to ease the pinch points will be clearly identified with orange taping so that we know what's going to be cut down, and that the potential sidewalk and trail relocations are staked out clearly as well. I believe a mock-up of the needed infrastructure and overhead signalization for the elements that make a reversible 3-lane system work need to be placed, and where the new traffic light will go by the old Poppycock's restaurant. The public needs to see these things and understand how it's going to affect their daily life. I believe that the proposed street closures by the Castle Creek Bridge should be clearly marked off, and the West End neighborhoods need to be analyzed for the impacts of changing traffic patterns, especially given summer MAA and Aspen Institute programming and audience exit routes from those performances. I believe that staking out the additional land which will be needed from the golf course to add a bus slip lane to the roundabout and its integration with Highway 82 needs to be clearly staked out as well, so we know what sort of open space vote we will need to go to. I believe the community is owed an answer as to why there was no integration with the Aspen Institute mobility study in the Jacobs report. No congestion pricing, no program developed with no new innovations, and actually no goal set for an entrance that will ensure mobility and help manage traffic growth looking 30 years into the future. I believe that Aspen's council needs a far better understanding of our traffic and congestion issues. How much is driven by construction vehicles, and how much new traffic will be allowing unlimited demolitions in homes around Aspen compound the problem? Who is driving the Aspen traffic increases? Is it the luxury vehicles, now shuttling 1 or 2 guests at a time to and from our resorts, since they don't expect those people to ride local ski buses? How many vehicles can pass through Aspen to work on Red Mountain? Perhaps we need a traffic counter on Red Mountain Road to have a better idea of how many vehicles we need to manage there. I believe that the consultants need to give us an approximate speed that they anticipate the traffic will be able to flow through the pinch points after the trees are removed and the sidewalks are relocated. How many traffic vehicles and how many people trips. Given the city's commitment to public involvement and accurate information, I believe that door-to-door outreach to the parties affected by your desired change of the entrance corridor need to be contacted directly. Folks buying next to the approved corridor knew what they were getting when it was approved in 1998, but the neighbors of your new preferred route have not heard a word about it. I would note that council just approved a 240-unit lumberyard affordable housing project at the AABC based on having a great, speedy bus system, which your proposal essentially kneecaps right where it counts the most. And as council starts to add up the cost and time the new EIS for a 3-lane option and all others will take in a new EIS, I'd like to remind you that the bus lanes from Buttermilk to the roundabout were built with EOTC half-penny money, which can only be used to support public mass transit, not-for-profit private limousines and shuttles. Hoping to amend that use might be difficult, but at the very least, it means repaying the half-penny to the EOTC, and it means a new open space vote, which only allowed the easement for mass transit. I think it's time for you to understand the economic risk you're placing the community with the timelines of the deteriorating Castle Creek Bridge and the sustainability needs of our commuting workforce and the needs for fire evacuation routes throughout the construction period of the entrance, whatever corridor and design that CDOT finally chooses. I've heard this called sacred land, and oddly enough, Mayor Clanderud once said she supported building Garolingame housing. And then she changed her mind when she was elected and said she couldn't because it was sacred land. That really kind of brought me back to life to make sure that it went through. And I'd like to say, where would our workforce be today? Where would our community be today without those 300 homes? I hope you guys start looking 20 years, 30 years down the line, because the vast majority of your workforce comes from the other side of the Castle Creek Bridge, and it always will. And they're feeling pretty kicked by saying, we are not doing a bus lane only anymore. We're doing bus priority after the other limos. There's far from community consensus on this matter. You beat Skippy in the election, Sam. You didn't beat the community values of maintaining pedestrian orientation and managing future traffic growth. There is far from consensus in this community. I sent a letter to Mayor Tory and Sarah to distribute to all of council. I hope you received it equally. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Other members of the public for public comment this evening? Looking online as well. Not seeing any online hands. And in room, one more call for public comment tonight. All right, with that, I'll go ahead and bring it back to council table. Thank you all that have spoken tonight. You know, we want to make sure to encourage everybody. This is an open and welcoming place for you to come and have your comments for city council. So no matter whether you agree with us or disagree with us, if you're asking for something or asking for something to not be, we appreciate you being here. So to all members of the public, please feel free and welcome in council chambers. Thank you. With that, that'll bring us to council members' comments this evening. Council members, John, I'll start with you.
Yeah, I'd like to focus on some positive environmental news this week. This week in Iceland, the world's largest plant to extract carbon dioxide from the air was opened, breaking the record for the previous biggest one, which is also in Iceland. I think this speaks to the desperate times we're in when we're actually building these giant machines to remove carbon dioxide from the air. Also, just last week, less than 25% of the European Union's electricity came from fossil fuels in April. That is great news from Europe. Let's see, and from England. England's last remaining coal power plant is going to shut down after decades of operation, 60 years after it was first opened. So they are going to be totally off coal in England. I look forward to the day when we will be operating in a similar manner here. That's all I've got. Actually, I would like to add that last night we talked about diversion of recyclable materials from the landfill. We've been talking about the demo permit program, and I'd like to say all these initiatives that we've been working on are based in trying to combat the negative impacts of climate change. Obviously, we have more work to do. Thanks.
Thanks, John. Other council comments this evening? Sam?
Yeah. Just wanted to highlight two things. One, in their information packet, it talked about an Aspen 360 course. I'm an alum of Aspen 360. I highly recommend it to anyone that wants to learn more about city government and the functioning of it. It's especially the field trips are very fun, honestly, to go to like the hydro plant and other things. So I highly recommend it. That's happening this summer. And the other thing is Roaring Fork Outdoor Volunteers is looking for volunteers for a lot of trail maintenance coming up this summer on their website. Highly recommend getting with them and sort of protecting the trails that we use so often. So thank you.
Thanks, Sam. Bill, comments this evening?
Nothing, thanks.
Ward?
Not this evening.
I have only a few comments, and this first one's going to be a little difficult for me to get through, but I'll try. Over the last week, I lost a dear friend of mine, and his name is Shane Smith. And I bring that up because Shane is the reason I'm in Aspen. I met him 35 years ago in Florida at school, and I visited a few times and fell in love with Aspen in a summer visit, and that's why I'm here. Shane was a wonderful inspiration, extremely kind person. His nickname was Smile. Shane is also the person that is responsible for the smiley face going up on the S-curve over the last 25 years. So if any of you have ever seen it and smiled, it is because of Shane Smith. I just wanted to make recognition of him, somebody very important in my life. But obviously, sitting here as mayor, it means so much to me, what he meant to me and what he in turn has meant to this community. So I want to say his name one more time, Shane Smith. He lived in Snowmass. Some of you know him. A lot of community members that are watching probably know him. So with fondness, I remember Shane Smith. Thank you. I also wanted to bring some good environmental news. This past weekend, the city of Aspen sponsored the e-waste collection out at the Meralt Housing. E-waste, for those of you guys that don't know it, you know that stack of computers, old computers that you have at your house that you don't know how to get rid of? E-waste is how you get rid of them. What's interesting about this one is that this year we had over 300 participants at this year's event. That's triple the number I believe we did last year. That's great for so many reasons. But what struck me the most was the staff member that was attending and having the cars come in and counting visitors, and he said to me that he was so proud of Aspen and that it seemed like Aspen cared more than ever. And that really struck home for me. So some good environmental news coming from Aspen, Colorado. Along the same lines, I was going to say this later, but RAFTA, our regional transit authority, was recognized recently as a top 5 environmental leader in transit nationwide. This was an award that was given to them out of, I think it was about 260 competing, not competing, but eligible organizations, and they were top 5 in our country. That, along with the other thing that I spoke about recently at City Council, was your smaller plastics are now recyclable as well. Those things that are like your bread wrappers or containers that's packaging and that things come in, thin film plastics are actually recyclable. For me, I do mine here at City Hall. There's a bin out on the front steps. It will get full, but please, if you are somebody who cares about your waste output, these microplastics, as I call them, are recyclable as well, and our staff and our city are doing their best to make collection available to you. So please do if you can. Those are my comments for this evening. Thank you for indulging me. I'm looking for agenda amendments tonight, and I don't see any. That'll bring us to our city manager's comments. Sarah?
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. I do want to highlight one other success which very few communities in the country can achieve, and that's the trifecta of budgeting and financial awards. Very few communities across the U.S. hit the trifecta of all three, which is the popular annual financial report, our audited financial documents, and our annual budget document. You may say, what does this all have to do? Well, it's a reassurance to you of the high quality of the financial administration of the city's activities on behalf of the community. So huge shout out to our team in finance and really all of our staff, because it has to do with every one of them of how well they're keeping track of the funds that they're entrusted with to accomplish the community's direction. So cheers out to finance for sure. I think it's I think it's intentional that Pete's trying to hide behind the door over there.
I was looking for him.
And so I would just encourage you perhaps to learn a little bit more. For folks who maybe find financial documents a bit intimidating, the popular annual financial report is a really helpful first step document into understanding government finance and how that works. So a lot of community members, when they come, that's one of the first documents I start with, is walking them through even like what is a fund and why can certain funds do certain things and other funds do other things. So again, that shout out is huge. The other thing I just have for you all too is that we are taking advantage of the little bit of quiet time in town. I was gonna say the good weather. But if you haven't seen the street crews out, they have been out getting all of that painting done in preparation for this summer on our crosswalks and stop bars. I'm just really excited how well that team is, rolling through it in preparation for our big visitor count. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Board reports. It's an opportunity for some brief board reports. We'll do in-depth at one of our work sessions coming up, but does anybody want a quick update on board meetings? I'll start. Over the last couple of weeks, I've had a RAFTA board meeting, a CAST Housing Task Force meeting, and an APCHA meeting. Just to go through them just briefly, RAFTA, we did everything from talking about our bike share services and our memorandum of understanding with WeCycle to a housing study that RAFTA has undertaken. Some of you may remember that RAFTA purchased I think it's the old Econo Lodge down in Glenwood and is converting it to 41 residential units for their employees. But we are still conducting a housing study because the problem or issue, I should say, and challenge goes beyond what we are going to be able to create. And that includes the 41 housing units that will be coming online hopefully within the next 10 months. We had a brief strategic plan discussion, just looking at our future about how we're headed. We do a retreat every year. We have one coming up in June so that we kind of identify what our strategic planning and where the organization wants to move to. We had to check in on that. Maybe interesting to all of us was covenant enforcement. RAFTA is the caretaker and holder of the right-of-way that's been preserved from Aspen to Glenwood Springs, and we have occasional encroachments and infractions along that corridor. So we got our update to see where we were. Luckily, we had a list of about 13 different encroachments or issues that we were having. That has been trimmed down to about 3 that are still remaining and that are being remedied. That was the majority of the RAFTA board meeting. CAST, Housing Task Force, as the state legislature is finishing up their session, CAST has had eyeballs, or the Housing Task Force specifically, has had eyes on some of the legislature that's coming through. At this time, CAST positions are being maintained. We don't see much movement on some of the more controversial issues, so as of now, it is steady as she goes. We feel like the issues are going in the favor of our mountain ski towns and what we need from some of the legislature that's going on. And finally, ACRA. Our last ACRA meeting was actually our annual retreat, filled with a lot of visioning and discussions around what not only APCHA is to become, but what the state of APCHA's role in our community. We've seen that change and pivot a lot over the last few years, most noticeably through our pandemic years, where APCHA was really trying to be a voice for the community. Obviously, business first for APCHA, as that is their mission and charge. However, their role has kind of morphed into more of community stewardship, if you will. You know, we talk about our destination marketing dollars are now destination management dollars. So we're really looking how to strengthen our community and thereby strengthen our resort economy at the same time. Board reports for me. John?
Ward, do you want to do APCHA or should I?
Go ahead.
Okay, May 1st APCHA meeting, just some quick notes. Our total inventory of housing is 3,226 units, 1,734 are ownership, 1,381 are rentals, and 111 are other. Over the last year, we had 1,502 approved applications for living in APCHA. Only 571 were denied. Let's see, and maintenance requests over the last year, 817. Plumbing was the #1 issue with 257 units requesting plumbing maintenance requests. As far as ownership units, right now 2 bedrooms are the most commonly requested. There have been 87 lotteries. That's 7.4 per month. That's a lot of work for our staff. And over the last year, the average work history for lottery winners was 10 years of local residency. Okay, that's it for APCHA. We had a core development committee meeting yesterday as we transitioned from government-supported nonprofit to nonprofit that's supported by philanthropy. And we were all asked to create lists of possible donors. We do not have a single business sponsor yet, but we are looking for a business sponsor. And CORE did apply for a national grant to address energy use in schools. This was a request for a geothermal grant, and you have to have at least 7 schools to qualify. And so CORE applied for this grant with 7, I think actually 10 schools in Garfield, Eagle, and Pitkin County. We didn't get the grant, and this is a Pitkin County issue, because only 1 school out of 7 in the valley has subsidized lunches. And in order to qualify, it has to be an average of 70% of your schools to qualify. So what this tells us is the people that get these grants are people that have more financial needs than we do in our valley here. But we are continuing to try and get grants such as these. Thanks.
I just piggyback on the APCHA. There were a couple of things that came up. #1 was a whole presentation of home treks. So there is a plethora of numbers and comparisons on the APCHA website that you can indulge yourself and educate yourself on. And another thing that was brought to our attention is the accessibility of websites, and that a law goes into effect, is it July 1st, that all of the site has to be accessible to visually and audibly impaired. And that presents a lot of challenges to all of the websites as far as making PDFs or making information available to all those that have physical challenges.
Any other reports?
That's it.
Thank you. That'll bring us to our consent calendar this evening. The consent calendar tonight is resolution number 54, which is the APCHA Spring Supplemental. Resolution number 57, Intergovernmental Agreement on Operations, Administration, and Financial Management of Pitkin County 911 Communications Center. Resolution number 58, Aspen Constructors Incorporated, contract for Wheeler Opera House theatrical rigging, renovation, general contracting services. Resolution number 59, a change order for Gould Construction contract for the Maroon Creek Multi-Use Trail. Resolution number 60, the Aspen Animal Shelter Project contract for construction. and the draft minutes of April 16th, 2024. Are there any items on consent calendar that council members wish to pull for further discussion?
54, please.
54. Any others?
59, just for some comments.
59, just for fun. Let's start with resolution number 54, please. This is the APCHA 2024 Spring Supplemental.
Thanks, Matthew and Matt. Just one question. On the 2023 carry forward capital maintenance projects to fiscal year 2024, I saw that Home Trek, you'd like to carry forward a balance of almost $280,000, and was curious what the plans are for Home Trek, what that money is intended to be.
We're consistently trying to update Home Trek. We had a contractor last year to look at the public-facing side, so we haven't given up on that. And we are working with our IT partners on a vendor landscape to look at, have some experts look at the overall viability and, you know, what else we could do with Home Trek, including perhaps moving away from the Salesforce platform, which we've had so far.
So Home Trek is built on Salesforce?
Yes.
And it's a bit off topic from my question, Matthew, but the way you answered that made me think that it's not working that well.
Hey, there's always room for improvement.
Okay.
I would say it that way. And I think the pain point right now for the customer is the public-facing side. You know, we'd like to get it much more like, you know, TurboTax is the one we use, or, you know, if you apply for a mortgage these days. So it is a little, it is clunky. So we're aware of that, and we're, you know, going to be examining ways to make that better.
What's the most common function that the public would use on the public-facing side?
It would be the application.
Application
Yeah.
itself. And do you think that's an adequate amount of money to accomplish what you want to accomplish in 2024?
I don't know yet, but I'm not in a position to ask for any more because we don't know. But
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions on resolution number 54? Thank you, guys. Resolution number 59, Maroon Creek Multi-Use Trail. To the table with a smile. Well done.
My reason for pulling this is just to express my concerns with how much this continues to cost. And I just want to put a wooden stake through it so that the costs stop accelerating. And I don't want to use the rest of the contingency to use that up. I'd just like to put an end to it and get her built. And I know we've run into some problems with subsurface stuff, but it's just a frustration.
Thanks, Ward. I don't think that's me. My name is Matt Kuhn, Parks and Open Space Director. I'm here with John Spees. We definitely don't want to use more of our contingency as well. And we're keenly aware of the cost of this project. It's a massive project. This is the largest project that our department has undertaken in about 20 years. It's a really critical connection to the community, and we're trying our best to keep costs in check and ensure that this project proceeds on the timeline that we're projecting and really as quickly and swiftly as possible to make this community connection.
And I appreciate your efforts. It's just, it shouldn't go unnoticed that we are concerned with the cost.
Thank you.
A quick question for you. The alignment, I apologize, because I've always focused on the fact that it was on kind of the west side of Maroon Creek Road,
North
the
and
open
west,
space
yep.
side, away from the schools. So where the change here is that folks coming from Aspen would be heading towards down Castle Creek Road, not on the road, but down the path there. You would either take the path up to the schools, or you would go over the bridge to the new trail? Is that where it will?
There are two connections. So one is at the bridge level, at the Chapel Bridge level, and there's also one coming out of the Kiss and Ride at the roundabout there. So sort of a road level entrance to the trail there.
Okay, all right. Any other questions on the trail?
I would just say I share Ward's concerns, but I am excited to see it happening. I agree that it's a crucial trail connection and I think will bring meaningful benefit to the community, so thanks.
Thank you.
Looks like
Thank
the
you.
work is progressing quickly.
It is, yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
What's the completion on it?
Hopefully by snowfall.
Okay.
tomorrow?
If there's no more items for discussion, I could take a motion for the consent calendar this evening.
I'll make a motion to pass the consent calendar.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Could we have a roll call vote for consent calendar tonight, please?
Counselor Doyle,
Yes.
Counselor Guth,
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein,
Yes.
Counselor Rose,
Yes.
Mayor Tory.
Yes. That will bring us on our agenda down to public hearings this evening. Our first public hearing is resolution number 56. This is a temporary and seasonal use request for 111 South Garmisch Street.
Which one do you want me on? What's up?
I was just gonna do an intro and that's it back here.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
This side.
Sure.
Good evening, Council and Mayor Tory. Sophie Varga for the record. We'll have the applicant representative present first, and then staff will present. And I can
Sophie,
help you.
while Mitch is setting up, I should note that Mitch and I have worked together for many, many years and don't think that'll affect my opinion on things, but wanted to disclose that.
We won't hold it against you.
Or me, right? Okay. Well, gotta figure out how to make this work. Let's see. Zoom. It keeps closing on me, the Zoom, so
We can do it.
I logged in and it made that big noise. You got, so I was just gonna show what it looks like. All right, I guess I'm up first. So I'll start while Sophie's pulling those up. There we go. So, yes, the address you're looking at on the agenda is the Molly Aspen Lodge, recently opened. I'm Mitch Haas with Haas Land Planning, representing Haymax Lodging LLC, who are the owners of the Molly Aspen Small Lodge. The project location, I'm sure everybody's familiar with, just finished on Main Street on the corner of Garmisch and Main. It's within the Main Street Historic District, and on the property itself, let's see if I can work this on her computer. So there we go, our location.
Thanks, Tyler.
There we go. So, there we go, it's going slowly. So that thicker gray shade of outline is the building footprint. The yellow is the approximate location on the building where the tent is proposed. It's the third floor deck at the back of the building along the alley. The Molly Aspen is a locally owned official small lodge, and I say official because it went through the lodge preservation process, and the owners who live in Aspen entered into an agreement with the city of Aspen guaranteeing that it would remain in small lodge use for no less than 20 years. The city of Aspen's had a long history of supporting small lodges and taking actions and creating regulations and setting up an atmosphere in an attempt to be conducive to the viability of small lodges in Aspen. I think that goal seems to get lost at times. Frankly, what I'm talking about is a little confused, a little perplexed by the staff memo. I want to explain that we put this application in the beginning of January, and I want to say that, look, I know the staff is overworked, and I 100% respect the job they do and how hard it is to do. But that doesn't help when we go through 4 months of review process, only being cooperative and responsive to the only concerns we heard. The only concerns we heard were you need to move the tent design a little to accommodate fire egress and not block the egress paths. We redesigned the tent, provided that. The only other things we heard were things like, can you give us more information on the original approvals for public amenity space? Can you give us more information on the height of the tent off the deck? And we did all of those things. Not one problem was brought to our attention, but at the end of last week, we got a staff memo recommending denial. I don't like to come to city council with denial recommendations. I try to work these things out and work through them with staff so that you don't have to see these things or hear that type of discussion. We didn't have that opportunity here, so I'm here before you with a denial recommendation that frankly I do not understand. And so what I'm getting at to start with was I feel like it's been forgotten that the city has goals to seek to improve the viability of small lodges like this, a brand new one, where the lodge owners went to the incredible expense of redeveloping a property altogether to provide a new product in a small lodge in Aspen. It doesn't happen all that often. But here we are with a denial recommendation, and again, for reasons I can't really understand, because I read the memo and I'm going, you either forgot it's a small lodge and that we have these goals, or we have really unrealistic expectations. Things like the materials on a temporary use tent should be wood, stone, or brick. It's not a temporary use tent if it's wood, stone, or brick. So anyway, from there, let me explain where we're going. And again, I don't mean to speak negatively on staff. I know where they're coming from. We thought about when we got the memo originally saying, let's continue it and see what we could work through so that we can maybe come here with a different recommendation. But we were told, staff doesn't support temporary use tents. And it's kind of a blanket statement, which, maybe at the five-star hotels in town that are not small lodges, maybe you need to come up with something unique to make a temporary use tent something supportable. But in a small lodge like this, that's guaranteed to be a small lodge for 20 years, we should start from a position of support and then address actual concerns. So here we are with this recommendation. Again, I want to point out that the location of the tent, we thought we were being incredibly sensitive in designing it, putting it on a third-story deck that was built pretty much for this purpose, approved for this purpose, and designed by CCY architects. It's not like some, bought on Amazon tent is being proposed here. So the original approvals here, we're talking about a 540 square foot deck, a tent, over a deck that's more than double that size. So it's not like we're talking about occupying the whole deck, but part of it. This deck was never part of this property's public amenity space. All the approved public amenity space is at street level here. This is simply private space. That's all the uses we're talking about. Hosting events, whether it's a wedding or whatever it may be, are allowed uses on this deck. So we're not asking for any uses that aren't already permitted. We're not asking to intensify any uses that are already permitted. The maximum occupancy load of the deck stands, and the tent does nothing to change that or increase it. So we were also a little confused by a memo that said all the uses that would occur under this tent are already allowed uses. A tent intensifies the use. Well, no, it doesn't. It just covers the use so that it's protected from the elements on a basis of what we proposed, which is 75 days a year of total tent time, which includes setup days and breakdown days. So that's a day on each side. So we're talking about 25 events with a setup day in advance and a breakdown day afterwards. 25 events, which is, even if you called all 75 days part of it, we're talking about 20% of the year, which means 80% of the time there is no tent on this building. So the whole review seems to look at it like it's a permanent improvement that's going to change the mass and scale of the building, which it will not. It's up there sometimes, actually on a rare basis if you think about the number of days we're talking about, and most of the time not there. And then when it is there, we believe has no real effect on the mass or scale of the building or the perceived use or size of the structure. So this rendering shows what that tent looks like sitting up there with no sides or windows on the tent. And then we have the option of putting on sidewalls when needed, or, there we go, sometimes sidewalls with windows. So those are the three different ways the tent would look during the days it's actually standing. The code tells us that temporary uses may be granted by city council for a period not to exceed 180 consecutive days in a 12-month period. We're seeking approval only for a tent of no more than 75 days annually, or less than 42% of what we could request. And the proposed 75 days that we're talking about would not be continuous either, so not like 180 consecutive days that could be requested. The same code section, 26-450-050, provides that city council shall determine the maximum number of annual reoccurrences which shall not exceed 10 years. We proposed an allowance and approval for 5 years with conditional approval that if we have any complaints or problems, we would address them. And if they're not addressed at the end of those, during that review process, it could either be revoked or after 5 years, it would be automatically renewed if we've addressed any problems that have come up over the years. We were trying to be very sensitive and think about these things in advance. And again, so if we get what we've asked for here, which is 5 years with an additional 5 years, that covers 10 years, which is only half the term we've committed to maintaining a small lodge here. I want to explain a little bit about let's see, we kind of went through the review process. So we were asked, sorry, bear with me because I went a little bit out of order here. So the land use code tells us in this type of review process for a temporary use permit in a Main Street Historic District that not every guideline, and this is section 26-412-060A3, just so they have it, not every guideline in the commercial design guidelines, the HPC guidelines, not every guideline will apply to each project, and some balancing of guidelines must occur on a case-by-case basis. The applicable commission must A, determine that a sufficient number of relevant guidelines are adequately met in order to approve the proposal, and you need to weigh applicable guidelines with the practicality of the measure. Very practical standards, things that make sense. In our case, the proposed temporary tent structure would be standing for, again, only 20% of the year, not more than 75 days in any calendar year, in a relatively unobtrusive location. And it's felt that we feel like a sufficient number of the relevant guidelines and standards have been satisfactorily addressed. The standards that have been brought up in the memo as most important are standards 1.122 and 1.23 of the commercial design guidelines standards. 1.22 simply requires that we identify the materials proposed, which we did incompletely and provided spec sheets, so that one's clearly met. Standard 1.23 requires that materials be of proven durability and weathering characteristics while prohibiting shiny or glossy materials. The review process seems to be looking at these tent as primary building materials. I would submit to you that it's not applicable. Tents don't have building materials, they're tents. The building has its building materials, and we're not proposing any changes to those. You've seen so the tent would be made of, it'd be erected professionally when needed, taken down professionally, maintained in good, clean order at all times. It's made of, the tent material itself is typical what you see in tents. We see Petkin Park across the street from here get tented pretty routinely. We see the courtyard at the Jerome get tented pretty routinely. These are in the Main Street Historic District in the subject area. Those tents are white and sit at street level. I would submit that those have far more impacts visually and in general than this tent would, sitting 3 floors up in a color keyed design to match the building and kind of blend. The tent material is also rated for a 5-year warranty. It's very strong and durable. They're used in Aspen regularly. It's not a problem. And they're also fire resistant and meet fire code requirements. And that's a condition of our approval too, if approved. So staff cites this standard in taking issue with the building materials. Again, temporary tents don't really have building materials in the sense that design standards address. The building materials on the Molly Aspen building will not change. And those of the proposed temporary tent are very much consistent with what we see throughout town when tents go up and right across the street from this site. To say that the guidelines require brick, stone, and wood building materials obviously refers to the actual building structure and not a temporary tent. The code tells us that not every guideline will apply, right? And that some balancing of the guidelines has to occur. It sure seems that building materials guideline is not relevant in the current case in this review, and that weighing the practicality of the measure would render it inapplicable. General guideline 1.24 is not applicable either, given that this temporary nature of the tent, and the guidelines apply, and that guideline applies to permanent building materials also. So what we're finding is in this section of the guidelines, we're mostly dealing with guidelines and very few in the way of standards. The only actual applicable standard tells us to identify the materials, which we've done. In the Main Street Historic District, Guideline 3.1 seeks to have new buildings or additions oriented toward the street. Obviously, that was done with the PUD review or Plan Development Review for the Molly Hotel altogether and was satisfied. The same is true relative to the guidelines 3.2 and 3.3. The proposed temporary tent will not affect the building's ability to be recognized as a product of its own time or its lack of imitation of historic older styles. Kind of a few other just sort of miscellaneous thoughts to run through is, again, all the uses are allowed. We're not proposing any new uses or any intensification of uses. It's merely a tent that would provide for protection of the same uses that are allowed. The memo talks about privatizing of hotel amenity spaces. I would say that is not an issue. It's kind of routinely done in every hotel. It's a normal part of operations at all hotels for areas such as ballrooms, conference rooms, courtyards, to be regularly closed for private functions. That's what we get when we approve a hotel. Same thing you see at the Jerome, the St. Regis, all hotels that have these spaces. When there's a function, they're closed to other guests. We can't practically expect a temporary tent to be built of wood, stone, and or brick. That's an impossible standard and really not applicable. A maximum of 75 days of a tent means that at least 290 days of the year are without the tent. That makes it really temporary. Nobody will confuse it as part of the permanent structure or its massing. It does not add mass to the structure. We feel the proposed location has fewer impacts than a street-level tent and has no impact whatsoever on the required or approved public amenity spaces, given that it's not covering any of those. Its visual impacts throughout the course of the year will be marginal in the name of supporting a small lodge. Staff states that the tent will provide shelter for uses that have already been approved. Again, true. It's contradictory for the same memo to then say that the tent will lead to an increased intensity of the use. If anything, enclosing the uses would decrease the perceived intensity by making them not visible or buffering some of the sound. Guideline 1.24 is only a guideline, it's not a standard, but we're still not sure why staff feels the lack of insulation on a temporary tent would lead to increased energy use when combined with heaters and/or air conditioning. I would tell you that heaters, air conditioning can go on a deck and routinely do go on decks in Aspen all the time. It's less efficient when that space is not covered and nothing is keeping that heat or conditioning in the space. So I would say the tent actually increases the efficiency in that way, to the extent any of those uses like air conditioning or heating would be used. So finally, I'll move on to the staff resolution that was provided, which does support the resolution. The memo recommends denial. The resolution is in the event you approve. I would just say in the reso, there's one little typo, no big deal. And in section 3, it talks about paying housing mitigation for the tent, which we're fine with the numbers. We proposed them all, did the math ourselves. The one part I'm curious about there is that the condition requires the tent to be approved through permitting process each time it's going to go up, but says we need to pay the mitigation fees on an annual basis one time. I'm wondering why not pay each time, because if we pay annually, we're paying for 75 days per year. What happens if it only goes up and gets used 60 times that year? We're not going to get reimbursed, so it should be on a per case basis, not one payment per year, since you're going to do the review each year. I don't understand why the building department wants to review it every time. It's the same tent each time. It seems like a waste of staff's resources and time to do that, but since it is proposed or as a condition that it would go that way, it only makes sense that the mitigation be done the same way. In closing, that's all I really wanted to go over. We feel like it's a very simple, very basic use. It could be revoked at any time if there are problems. We feel like as a small lodge, it's deserved, it's to be expected. And look, it provides a more attainable venue for these type of uses than we find at the Jerome, St. Regis, W, Little Nell, et cetera. This is a small lodge with smaller spaces that aren't going to, break everybody in anybody's bank to use. So we feel like this should be approved and is very much in keeping with the whole small lodge attitude that the city of Aspen has had for over 30 years now.
Thanks, Mitch. Did staff have comments that they want to do now, or should we ask questions of the applicant?
It's up to you.
If you, what do you got? And how long is it? 'Cause that was a lot.
We'll try to be brief. Before I turn things over to Sophie, just for the record, Ben Anderson, Community Development Director. I appreciate Mr. Haas's comments. I think we certainly understand them and have had these kinds of conversations on lots of projects around town. Tents, whether, in Aspen's past, there has been very strong discouragement of tents used for any significant period of time. I think for a long time, tents were used around the holidays. And slowly, and we certainly saw this amplified during COVID, the understanding of what tents meant for expanding, commercial space associated with restaurants, commercial spaces associated with lodge. And I will say, with the exception of one property where tents have, the materials and the commercial design considerations sort of are concealed by, its locations and courtyards, we have been unequivocal in our stance of recommending denial of these kinds of applications for extended periods of time, any place near our commercial core and our commercial zones. I think on this particular application, we had lots of conversation about this. This is a building that recently, got approval some time ago, recently built. Certainly we understood that there was a deck on the roof, but I do think that the presence of a tent, and Sophie can talk a little bit more about this, but we have been very clear about recommending denial on pretty much every single one of these applications because of the intersection of commercial design and what we understand to be long-standing community desires not to have tents in our commercial zones for extended periods of time. And so, certainly I think that there's a space for a conversation with council to kind of change that stance. But the code as it stands, the review criteria that staff has been pretty consistent across requests of a similar nature, we feel like this is fairly consistent. With that, I'll turn things over to Sophie for a brief presentation of staff's perspective on the specific issues.
Thank you, Ben.
Thanks, Ben. All right. So I'll try to go quickly. So Molly Aspen, corner of Garmisch Street and Main Street, mixed-use zone district. It's in the Main Street Historic District. Received approvals to redevelop in 2014, 2015. So there are 3 requests tonight. The primary request is a temporary and seasonal use request to erect a tent for 75 days a year for a conditioned 10-year period. Commercial design review and GMQS are the other 2 reviews applicable. So here, I'm sure many of you go by this often, is the existing view of the Molly from Pepke Park sidewalk right of way. And here is the proposed view of the tent without sides and with sides, and then there is the option with windows as well. So the full staff response to criteria are in Exhibit A, and we're just highlighting a few. So the building is in the Historic District and was approved by the Historic Preservation Commission with the understanding that there would be relief from the building massing along the side of the building where the tent is proposed. The applicant is now proposing to cover a significant portion of the roof for around 20% of the year. The proposed massing, duration, and materials are not in harmony with what was represented when it was redeveloped. And we certainly recognize that events are integral to the lodge use. We also don't believe that the request complies with the criteria. It's adjacent to a residential use, and we do believe that in terms of intensity, that the roof will be used more often in a more meaningful way with the temporary use if it was approved. It's also quite visually impactful, and it does not comply with commercial design guidelines. And it is of note that temporary uses under 14 days do not go through the commercial design criteria. So that's what happens with other tents. So just a few commercial design standards, also full response are in the packet. So the proposed material is a laminated polyester in a beige tone. The standards clearly state that the building materials should be found in the current block context or be seen historically in the character area, Main Street Historic in this instance, which laminated polyester does not fulfill those requirements. They go on to make allowances for introducing a new material, and there are 4 criteria for the new materials that are innovative building design, creative material application that positively contributes to the streetscape, environmentally sustainable building practice, and proven durability. We have found that a laminated polyester design does not meet the new material criteria. So those were general commercial design criteria. The Main Street Historic District goes into more detail regarding primary and secondary materials, that they should be wood or brick, and the secondary materials should relate to the historic context. We find that, again, the laminated polyester proposed does not meet these material criteria. The final portion of the code that's applicable tonight is the growth management quota system. This is pretty straightforward calculation. Mitigation is deeply discounted for temporary uses. And so the proposed structure, if approved, would mitigate on an annual basis using current methodology with the mitigation rate at time of payment. We have it proposed to be paid on an annual basis because we found that it can be tricky for the tent installers to pay these sort of fees on a regular basis, and it's much easier to just handle them at the beginning of the year with the first permit of the year. So staff does recommend denial of the request to erect a tent for 75 days per year for a conditioned 10-year period. If council wishes to approve the request, the resolution is written in the affirmative.
Thank you. Questions from council members? I'll start. Mitch, first of all, was this anticipated at time of build? I mean, obviously they built a rooftop deck there and they're thinking, hey, we're gonna be able to use this and we're gonna be able to use it for some parties. Gee,
Yeah.
we'll go in for a tent application and we'll do that.
Yeah.
So it was contemplated at the time of
the
build?
flooring of the roof deck has the built-in pieces to attach the tent to. It was built for that purpose.
All right. To our staff, would this be available to an awning overhang that comes off of the building? Meaning, were there other options besides a temporary tent structure? Are they availed to a patio roof out on this deck, or could they have done an awning that comes off of the building?
The code is much more permissive for retractable awnings, whether they be associated with a restaurant or a lodge use. You know, I think that the considerations around tents are, you know, they do have additional massing and they can be enclosed fully, where I think the awnings obviously sort of would not be. This is, again, a sort of a repeat conversation we've had on a lot of different properties. The context here is slightly different. I agree it's associated with a small lodge, but it's, you know, essentially the same conversation we've had with restaurants and lodges across town.
Thank you. Other questions? Sam?
Yeah, Sophie or Ben, I was just wondering if you could speak to what Mitch said previously about going through this process and ending up with a denial the last couple of weeks. Can you talk about the process and whether you were more forthcoming as to whether this was going to end up successful? And before you answer, I apologize. It just makes it sound like if you deny these structures at all times, I would think that that would be one of the first things said when these applications come up.
Fair enough. I think there was, you know, Sophie can jump in if I'm misrepresenting anything. You know, I think we could have done better of communicating this early, for sure. I will say that if anybody has sort of watched our staff position on these things, we've been pretty consistent with that position. I will say that this was a little different. We contemplated the fact that it was a PD. We contemplated the fact that it was, you know, in the historic district, had approvals with HP. We had conversations, you know, from my understanding, and I don't know the exact details of this, but I do know that there were a few different iterations that were proposed at different moments, I think to some degree in response to staff direction or get some additional information because maybe we didn't have everything at the beginning to sort of fully understand things. But, you know, I think, you know, as I was involved in probably 3 or 4 conversations that we had in our staff meeting about this project. You know, I think we were wrestling, you know, we had a conversation about it being a small lodge. We had a conversation about it, you know, recently going through approvals and a building permit process. You know, but I think everything that's been said to this point, I think we ultimately landed on, you know, consistency with other recommendations that staff has made on other projects. We tried to think of whether or not this project was different than, you know, other requests that we had, and we finally landed on the fact that it ultimately wasn't. So, you know, could we have conveyed some of that, you know, in a more timely fashion? Certainly, but I will stand by the fact that this is consistent with the way that we've handled similar requests, and we've got, you know, several of these other requests from other properties that are sort of currently in the hopper that likely will be coming to a discussion in front of you.
Got it. Thank you for that. Is there anything in your mind to get staff's approval that the applicant could have done differently, or you're just saying a tent can't go there because it's set up for denial?
I think the code that has been in place for a very long time makes it very difficult for these kinds of applications, particularly, you know, I think Mitch might differ in my opinion on this, but, you know, I think that, you know, a ground level tent in a courtyard, this is on a third story of a building that's pretty visually prominent. As the code's currently written, staff would, you know, have difficulty recommending approval on this.
And that's like the main difference you point to, because I think the tents in my tenure have been like the St. Regis or the Aspen Institute, either ground level or in courtyards. And
Or away from commercial areas that are not visually prominent.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Bill?
Thanks. I had a similar question to Sam's. Thanks for answering that. Secondly is, Ben, could you help me understand why a building permit would be required each time the tent was erected when there's a temporary, if this was approved, or in the case of other temporary use approvals that we've done, why that would still be required?
Well, if this is going into a fixed location, in the exact same location, you know, that's typically not the case with other applications that we see. But I think more importantly, depending on the stuff that's going inside of that tent, whether it's heaters, whether it's air conditionings, whether it's electrical connections, whether they've got walls on it or not, et cetera, whether egress and access and all those kinds of things are being honored. Both our department and the fire department want to ensure that when a temporary structure goes up, that it's going to be safe for the inhabitants that are in it for that particular event. And, you know, the configuration for how this is going to be used, you know, we could have common understandings, but I think the nature, you know, if it's rented by a third party and they haven't been informed by the hotel's general manager that they can't do X, Y, and Z, you know, it creates potential for, I think, inconsistency with the application of building codes and life safety issues. The whole point of the tent permit is entirely life safety, period, end of story.
And how long does it take to get a tent permit?
I would say generally when we see them, they're processed within a week.
How much does it cost to do it each time?
100 and, are they free? I think
Yeah,
less than $200. It's 138, I think.
Right, and as a small lodge, they get a discount.
Yeah, it's true.
Thanks, I'm good.
Other questions?
Yeah, I want some context on other tents. I know St. Regis is the long-range approvals that we gave are in a courtyard that are away from view. And I think that the Hotel Jerome, occasionally when they have them, they're in a little alcove. What are the precedents in the historic district for having tents such as this?
You know, I think the questions that have come in front of council, some of these, you know, and, you know, we have conversations early on with some applicants who are like, you know, these are something that we can't support for one reason or another. But I can think of two that are kind of similar to this one in that they were on upper levels. Catch Steak asked for a tent and an enclosure on their second floor deck area. There was a second one that came in around the same time as Catch Steak. Anyway, a couple of restaurants that were on second stories that council made a decision to support staff's recommendation of denial. You know, our regular tent permits, you know, we've got Maroon Creek Club that has sort of regular tents. Obviously Aspen Institute that we have discussed recently. The Jerome's got some tents within their courtyards that are approved. St. Regis, obviously. And then, you know, the infamous Gray Lady enclosure that came in front of council multiple times. That, again, staff recommended denial for very similar reasons to this.
And so if you mentioned that a use for 14 days or less is exempt from commercial design, is that 14 days in a row or 14 days for the full year?
Yeah, it's for the year.
Okay. So conceivably, they could have 14 days of use with a tent without having to get all the approvals that are the commercial design reviews.
Yeah, the code allows for that to be approved administratively.
Okay. Mitch focused a lot, and the memo focuses a lot on the materials, and that they have to be of the same character. I don't think that, I read this at a temporary structure has to be wood and brick, but I can understand that laminated vinyl doesn't represent the neighborhood. I will take exception with Mitch that some tents last for a long time. Look at DIA. That's a tent, basically. The music tent, some of these are really long-lasting.
They do last a long time, yeah.
Yeah. So I guess
agree with you on
the root of my question is there another material that this could be designed in that would be acceptable to commercial design review?
As the code is currently written, staff does not believe so. I think, again, we can evaluate the sort of nature of this particular application, and I think that's your task this evening. But I will say that just, it does seem to be that there's a changing expectation within the community in support of these kinds of, or desire to have these kinds of facilities associated with both restaurants and lodge uses. But as current, as staff applies the code, and we get into lots of difficult conversations with lots of different applicants on these topics, and get into discussions about alternative materials, et cetera, it's staff's perspective that when the code was drafted, that there was a desire to discourage long-term use of temporary structures within our commercial zones. And the materiality of that, I think, is part of that discouragement.
And coming back to the 14 days for temporary use, would that be a day to erect an event and a day to take it down would be 3 days of the 14 days?
Correct, the days to install it and take it down count towards the days.
Yeah, we're generally pretty flexible about that in terms of, one permit to the next, but yeah, technically that's how we count things.
Are there any other tent structures like this that are on a third floor in the historic district?
What about the tent usage that was at the restaurant in the core? Butella?
There's, again, there's an intersection with things that we allowed during COVID, some of which were brought back into conformance and some weren't. We feel that one was brought back. They've come in for different kinds of approvals, but haven't come back for like full enclosure of their space. They've suggested that they might want to do that at some point with this body, but they haven't. I will say that a tent that I think has been there since before these regulations were put in place was a tent at the Mountain Chalet, sort of on their 5th floor.
And does that 5th floor Mountain Chalet, does that predate all of the codes and commercial design review?
Yes.
Okay. What gives me perhaps the biggest pause is that it's asking for approval for 5 years with another 5 years on our first time usage. And it's been 9 or 10 years since this was approved, and I wasn't on council, Tori might have been, but I certainly don't remember an application that says, we're gonna put a tent on this 3rd floor deck. So I know, Mitch, you presented that it was built in the first place to have a tent, but I can't attest to that, so I'm not sure.
Right.
And
We'd be happy to do a trial period too. I mean, look, we proposed 5 years with an automatic renewal. It doesn't mean that's the only thing we would accept. We'd be happy to try it and make sure there are no error problems, and if there are, that we address them to everybody's satisfaction, that kind of thing. We just didn't want to have to come back every year.
Thank you. All right. Questions?
I just have one question and then follow-up comments at the end.
Yep.
Just to be clear, you can apply for a temporary tent permit and receive one administratively. That's for 2 weeks. Can you only do that once a year?
Correct.
Okay. Just wanted to be clear on that.
Great. All right. I want to move this issue along. So, I have reservations as well about a 5-year entitlement here. The 75 days, I don't know about. An issue for me here is the neighbors. The intensification of use, Mitch, and what's being talked about here is that it will take on a different flavor. You will have opportunity to do more intense usage out here, regardless of whether the deck is there or not. Tenting it is going to give that. And that's why you're asking for it, because you want to be able to do these 25 parties a year or whatever. So it is in more intense usage. For me, my main concern is kind of the neighborhood and how this plays out. It sounds like council members are, open to this idea. Okay. So I think along the lines of what Mitch was talking about a trial period for this would be an excellent opportunity perhaps, okay? So I also wanted to say, I want to give you a nod. I appreciate you going with not a white tent that, sticks out like a bandaged thumb. So I appreciate that. I think there might be some opportunity to figure out something that works, but I'm not seeing, I have some reservations about this. So I'm going to open it to public comment, and then we'll bring it back for some decisions and some motions. Are there members of the public that are here to comment tonight on resolution number 56, which is temporary seasonal use request over at the Molly? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to council table. Okay. Yes, John.
I just want to say this conversation reminds me a little bit of when we were talking about the temporary structures that were allowed during COVID, and just the fact that there wasn't a level playing field for everybody involved. Not every small lodge has the opportunity to erect a tent, a temporary tent. That affects me. And then the applicant's statement that this temporary structure would be heated or cooled because other people are doing it. Why can't we? Just doesn't sit very well with me.
I didn't say it would be, I said it could be.
Fair enough.
It would be. Okay. Sam?
Yeah, I'd like to talk about a trial period. If you would want to throw out a number, Tori, of a year or something like that, I feel strongly that this should be approved at least temporarily to see if there's any actual repercussions from this.
I mean, the only way I'm thinking about parsing that out would be to get them through this this summer season. Because when we start talking about usage of 75 days a year and winter impacts, summertime, I would just like to see this. I think we all should see it, see what happens. This conversation has changed so much over the years. Tent availability, tent materials, tent usability has changed so much, and we're just seeing that the requests that we have are modern requests that are relying on a code that was, that's decades old, I think, in this department. We've had these conversations over the last year, 2 years, 3 years. Yes, COVID definitely brought it to the forefront, but it's also a discussion that we're seeing in other restaurants and other outdoor spaces and private properties. So I'm really thinking, like, I would love to see this deployed for the summer. I don't know what that means for number of days usage. You're telling me that it takes 3 days just to use it for one. So if you were to take half your 75 for the remainder of 2024 or something like that, is kind of where I'm coming at it. So 37 days of usage through this year. Or even less through the next whatever months, so that their winter doesn't get, but it's kind of on an annual basis, right? So that's what I would do. I would say, I would probably come at it from saying, hey, give them the half for the rest of this year. Let's give it a run for the rest of this year. See if there's any issues with their neighborhood. See if there's any issues with other impacts, or if the intensity is something that is brought to our attention. That's how I would kind of go about it.
Question for Mitch. How long would it take for you to have this tent available to be erected for? Could it be used for summer use this summer? Do you have?
Yeah, that's the goal. Look, I would think it would make sense to, or at least propose that you consider just allowing it for the 1 year, whether we have to reapply or check back in to have it renewed. Hopefully I don't have to do an entirely same whole application again, but you could just come back in and talk about how it's worked, what hasn't worked, and whether you're willing to re-up the temporary use again with different conditions or as is or whatever. But, to me, 1 year seems like it, because I don't want to start splitting numbers and then go, I don't know if that works.
But
for
if
the
we're
summer.
working on a calendar year, then we can do an allotment for 2024. You're welcome to evaluate what your usage is and what it's going to be for the new year, and we can tackle it from there. So, again, that.
Because the 75 days is really 25 events.
Is what you say.
Yeah, that's the thinking.
Is what you
Now,
say.
of course, if you have back-to-back events, you would set it up, leave it up for 2
Correct.
days and then take it down.
Right.
But,
Or if you have the ability to utilize it 75 days, and if somebody came into the Molly with an offer to leave that tent up for 30 straight days, money talks. So anything could happen, Mitch. We don't know.
I always say 25 events.
You don't know. You cannot sit here and tell me how many days it will be successively or consecutively set up for. You don't know.
No, of course not.
You don't know.
No, no one knows.
Great.
You know.
So I would like
We
to
know what we
avoid,
would
I would like to
anticipate.
avoid the happening of it being set up for a month straight or something like that. That's
Oh,
not the intention here.
Happy with a condition
Anyway,
that no more than X number of days consecutively before it has to come down. I mean, no one is planning on a month,
No one's planning on a lot of things, and they happen sometimes. I will go ahead and try a motion here then. I would,
Is Bill addressed? Have you had an opportunity to address it?
No, I just had one brief question, which was, thank you. Do you currently own the tent, Mitch, or is this something that still needs to be procured?
I believe they bought a tent already.
So it'd be
yes.
ready to go.
Now, the only thing that changed, it's been ordered, so the material can be picked in a different color, but, yeah. I'm told it's already been purchased.
But I guess the reason I ask is,
And it's stored inside the hotel.
if we're only
and
giving
it's,
you one season essentially to use it, and then you don't get the approval, how much of a cost burden have we put on you?
It's a good question. I don't know, but I suppose.
Probably
that-
not a whole
I suppose
bunch.
then we'd be stuck with 14 days a year of being able to use it, and I suspect in the permitting, 14 days is really 14 events, which means 14 times 3 in total days it would be up and down.
no, let's clarify that for him,
So really,
please.
all we were asking for is 11 more events than you could do without a review process.
No, it's not done by event, it's done by days.
Yeah, well, we heard they're pretty lenient about that, so.
It's done by days. Thanks. All right, if there's no other questions, I'll try a motion. And Jim, I don't even know what form this takes, but my motion would be to approve temporary use of the intended structure for 38 days in the calendar year of 2024.
You would be amending section 1 that currently states for a period of 75 days per year for 5 years with condition automatic approval for another 5 years. You would, after changing 75 to 38 days for the calendar year 2024, you'd be striking after 2024 through the end of that sentence. Does that make sense? Also note that Mitch had said there was a typo. Is that in 2C that says beverage outlet seating?
2A, there's, I don't have it in front of me, somewhere in 2A is here we go, let's see.
Oh, I see it.
2C says outlet seating, and I assume it means outdoor seating. 2C.
Because the tent, yeah, those are words missing or something.
So what's the what's your?
Okay, the word tent appears instead of the word tent.
Yeah, we go.
It's already been corrected on the screen.
Okay, so I would still ask on that 2C, current food and beverage outdoor seating, outlet seating?
Outlet's correct.
Outlet?
That means this is not going to just be used as more restaurant seating.
Okay,
It's really just for events.
okay. I'm glad they clarified
And
that.
we're totally okay with that because that's
Okay.
what we proposed and stated in the application.
Okay, so I think your motion would be to approve Resolution 56 with that change, the typo corrected, and that change in Section 1 as I described, changing 75 to 38 days for the calendar year of 2024 and ending that sentence after 2024.
I'll second that to proceed with
Thank you.
some comments.
Sophie is making changes.
On the fly.
I would, can I make some,
Hang
share
on,
some
one,
thoughts?
yeah, well, 1 second. You good? You've got, okay. Okay, the motion and a second discussion.
Thanks. Given that this is a trial period, I think it would benefit all of us to see what happens during a winter season in addition to a summer season. I think they're kind of two different environments. And in that case, I would suggest either a 1-year or a 2-year approval or some approval through the end of 25 perhaps, or through the end of the fall of 25. I don't know how we want to do it, but I personally, if it's going to be a trial period, would like to have the benefit of seeing what happens in the winter season. And secondly, in response to your concern about the 30-day duration, Tori, in exchange for that longer trial period, I would suggest maybe we do something saying, maybe we add a clause that says no more than 7 days of concurrent use with a mandatory 7-day break between or something like that. And obviously flexible on those terms.
I appreciate it. I stand by the motion that I made. I'm not going to amend my motion at this time, but I appreciate those comments.
I have a comment or a
Yes,
question.
discussion?
Yeah, 38 days, is that prorated for, if it's 75 days is what it is for the entire year, what is the prorated basis from this until the end of the calendar year?
For the number of days?
Yes.
Well, I wasn't splitting hairs. I was just getting to the point that it's almost the middle of this year. So half of 75, half of a year, 38, generous.
What are you looking at me for? I won't split hairs with your math there, Tori.
So I'm really, look, I'm just trying to give these guys the ability to move forward with some planning for this summer. It takes them into the winter if that's what happens. If it doesn't, they can come back in September and say like, hey, this is so popular. Our neighbors call us and tell us how much they love this. And our main street, the buses go by and people think this tent's the coolest thing ever. Then they can come back and ask for their 75 days. And if we're all like, yeah, you know what? It was great. Then we can move forward. I just want to get this item done. And I think that what I've done is offered up a motion that gives them the ability to proceed this year. They already have the tent. They've already built the thing, the holders into the decking. Let's get them on their way, right? This is a discussion that I think is going to be going on at ComDev because we keep having this. Ben said that they've got more that are going to be coming to us. So as these regulations change, let's figure out what's going on here. That's where I'm at. Comments?
And also per, the discussion, I just want to say, and I do think it's fair, we will not require the Molly team to resubmit a land use case to come back and have a conversation with you about sort of pursuing this. We can do some things administratively within our permit system, within Salesforce to sort of keep this thing open and revisit it when we're ready to revisit it.
Appreciate that.
That's good.
That's your question,
I
Tori?
would also say that Section 3 would need to be adjusted under these amendments to make sure that the mitigation fees are prorated to the 38 over 61.
I think it still would, yeah.
We will correct that.
All right.
Ask your question.
I think this is a prudent and reasonable approach to this. I would ask Mitch and come to have to work together about materials for the tent. I would think that if you're doing laminated plastic, that would be built to last 10 or 20 years. And if you just work with, on the materials, if it's possible to get you going, but it's speculative if it's gonna be something that's gonna last 10 years. The approvals.
Right.
Any more discussion? Could we have,
Ask one question, I'm sorry, I know. Oh, you look very frustrated with it. I know you were being generous at 38. Our whole thinking was divisible by 3. Because a setup day, a use day, a breakdown day, 38 doesn't do that. 39 does, 36 does. But, you know, just trying to make it so we don't.
you prefer 36 over 38?
I prefer 39. I mean, I'd prefer 75 and we'll have to come back, but 38, 30, 39 at least works with the math of dividing by
All right, only because you've worked with Bill before, and he considers you somewhat of a good coworker, I'll say, I will, a friendly amendment to my motion to 39.
I'll second that.
And the seconder is willing as well. All right, is the motion clear to everybody, I believe? All right, could we have a roll call vote for the motion?
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Guth?
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein?
Yes.
Counselor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Tory?
I'm a yes.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks for bearing with me.
I'm gonna run to the restroom.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thanks, Mitch, Sophie, Dan.
All right, Bill will be right back. So let's just keep going. Let's get the next item up on public hearings. This is ordinance number 4. I will tell audience members who are here for other items under action items, council will probably be taking a break at about 7:30. So we may not get to your item that you're waiting for. Before that. Next item is ordinance number 4, spring supplemental. Yes. Yes, we have an award-winning team, part of an award-winning team in front of us.
That's right. It's a big team. Do I need to wait for Bill, or should I proceed?
No, we can go ahead and start.
Okay. Matt Grau, Budget Manager for the Finance Department, City of Aspen. Thank you, Mayor and Council. We are here for second reading of the 2024 Spring Supplemental, Ordinance 4, Series 2024. I'm not going to reiterate the memo to you. I'll just summarize it briefly. We are asking you to authorize expenditures of $59.7 million. That includes $46.1 million of operating and capital carry forward. Excuse me, $0.8 million in new operating and capital requests, $8.4 million in technical adjustments and previously approved items, as well as $2.9 million in departmental and central savings programs. This is offset by $16.9 million in additional 2024 revenues, mostly driven by the timing of Burlingame 3 sales, for a net budget impact for 2024 of $42.8 million. I also want to highlight changes from first reading. There are 2 technical adjustments on items that were approved by City Council on April 16th. That was $65,000 for the headquarters community mental health fund, funded by city tobacco tax revenue, and then the $1.3 million Holland and Garmisch storm pipe and water main replacement project. There's also one small reduction in requested carry forward request for $35,055 to make sure that our requested carry forward ties out to final 2023 invoices. So basically we paid a 23 invoice late there. All other spring supplemental requests were included in first reading with no additional changes, including the pre-audit adjustments to fund balances. Revised 2024 ending fund balance is projected to be $293,169,004, a net increase of just over $39 million from the original adopted 2024 budget. I'll just say briefly, Section 2 of the ordinance Also requests for Truscott 2 affordable housing, carry forward request of just under $900,000 for existing capital projects, as well as a $300 cash contribution to their revenue from the 150 Housing Development Fund towards those projects, specifically the stairway replacement project. Staff recommends second reading approval of the revised spending plan for the City of Aspen via Ordinance 4, Series 2024, to incorporate the additional authority requested through the spring supplemental.
Thank you very much. Questions at this time from council members? This is a public hearing. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak this evening on ordinance number 4, spring supplemental? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to council table.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance number 4, series 2024, the spring supplemental.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Could we have a roll call vote for ordinance number 4, please?
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Guth?
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein?
Yes.
Counselor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Tory?
Yes. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Go celebrate.
Winners.
Hoist the cup. Hoist the cup. That brings us down to action items. Is there, is it possible, can I move item C up for first consideration under action items? Is that all right, Sarah? Is that okay? All right. If council members don't object to that either, then I'm going to call for resolution number 61. This is a 5-year park use lease request for the Belly Up. Do you guys want to come on up?
Nancy, let's go ahead and let the applicant come forward. Right, thank you.
Thank you. Hi, so this is an opportunity for you to just verbalize your request if you like, add any other information, or if not, we can have staff present a little bit of stuff and we'll come back and talk to you as well. But the floor is yours if you'd like it.
If we could, I think it'd be beneficial if staff presented and then we can answer any questions.
Great. If you think we have all the information, that we can do that. Yeah, you guys, you have some information for us? Come on up.
And if the applicants would just state their names on the record for us, please.
Michael Goldberg. David Goldberg.
Thank you, guys.
Good evening. We don't, my name is Nancy Leslie, and I have Sam Lovestead next to me, and we're basically just here representing the Special Event Permit Committee. And just to let you know, that the Goldbergs, along with their partners and the team that hosts the Palm Tree Festival in Rio Grande Park, usually the weekend after President's Day in February, and that will be the continued date that they would eye towards. Then the committee's worked with the what? Oh, sorry. Let's see, the committee's worked with the Goldbergs over the last several events, and well, you know, we called really for the first one that happened. It was a great event for, you know, for kind of the whole team working together. So they were available, they were open to making changes, and they immediately implemented those changes. So the committee met with the Goldbergs, they debriefed this last one, and then the Goldbergs requested that they receive a 5-year lease. So here we are.
Thank you very much. Council members, any questions or discussion at this time?
One quick one for Nancy.
Yep.
Who makes up the special event committee, permit committee?
Most departments in the city of Aspen. There are, I'd probably be better off naming the ones that don't. APCHA does not.
Got it, but there's just like a designated individual that serves on your committee?
Correct. That their area of expertise lends it to the permit application.
Thanks.
Other questions?
I guess one follow-up. I assume the committee is in support of this?
Correct,
Thank you.
yes.
Okay, I'll start with some comments. I, for all intents and purposes, am sitting here for about another 11 months. So I do not feel comfortable giving a 5-year extension to this. I was considering of 3 years. I think that a conversation had been going around. It's to your benefit to have multiple years locked in place so that you can kind of figure out artists, management, all that stuff. I just am not comfortable with it. I was supportive of you guys doing a concert in a public park to try it out. I was really supportive because I see you as the locals that you are, the local business that you do, and what you do for the community by the entertainment that you bring. And I was really hoping that, or maybe I was hoping and assuming that you guys might be getting into some outdoor production. Maybe you were going to do it some other places, and maybe it was kind of a next step for you in belly up productions, if you will. Bringing the Palm Tree Festival in, I think, hasn't really been exactly what fits well in that park. And it was definitely a departure from what I had thought you guys were going to be bringing. I've known the Belly Up for as long as it's been in existence, and I've really appreciated the live music that you've brought to town. And I thought that was something that I was supportive of seeing, and I think the community was really interested in that. But for me, the trade-off hasn't really lived up to it. I don't think that the community benefits as a whole as much as Palm Tree Festival, maybe the Belly Up does. And that's really important to me. We had so many discussions around how our public parks are utilized, and that being something in there for the community is a necessity for me. You guys have held the free community concert from the first year. I guess we'll be seeing the second one this summer. I thought that was a great amenity, but I didn't necessarily feel that it offset the impacts that the festival itself brought in. Last year I went to it, and I got to tell you, I had an appreciation for what you put on, right? I thought it was a well-done event, highly popular, but I just didn't feel like it fit in necessarily with the character or the expectations of the community. And then on top of that, we had brief conversations, I think mostly through text, Michael and I did, where I was asking about a local's ability to buy passes for the festival. And when I looked into purchasing passes for the festival, I noticed that there was an online fee for each ticket. And the online fee was, I don't know if it was $30, $40, something $50 maybe for the higher price tickets or whatever. My expectation was that as a local or as somebody that's in a part of the community, I'd be able to go over to the Belly Up and maybe not have to pay that online surcharge. And in that way, you were giving kind of that local nod and stuff. But that's not the case. I don't think maybe your box office is limited in its operation, or maybe it's not a box office these days like it used to be. But I couldn't do that. So to me, it was interesting that the community members that are here don't even have that opportunity to save an online ticket purchase fee. And that seems like something that I thought that a festival like this or usage of public park like this could have extended to our public. So I am not in favor, I'm not finding myself in favor of or able to support tonight a 5-year commitment. For me personally, up here, if this was to be in a motion for another year, I'll consider that request, but I'm not in a position where I'm going to make a multi-year agreement on for this festival, which much respect to what you've done. It close, but it just didn't kind of make the balance mark for me. So that's where I am, and I want to share those comments with council members as well, just so you know where I'm coming from on it. Sam?
Follow that up by saying I respectfully disagree, and I believe what you guys do is a tremendous benefit to the community. I know that you're looking for long-term certainty. I know how difficult it can be procuring artists, and I think a 5-year agreement is amazing that this community will have that level of certainty, because going to Palm Tree and seeing the wide demographic that attends and people standing up on the railing over here brings a euphoric happiness that you really don't see much else. So I think Belly Up is one of those things that make Aspen especially special, because in a small town like ours, you guys bring in some of like the biggest names and some of the best acts, and I think that's greatly appreciated by this community to have that energy and aura around it. So I hope there's 3 of us that support 5 years. Thank you.
Thanks, Sam. Bill, and then Ward?
Thanks. Definitely echo everything Sam just said. Want to commend Goldberg's and the whole team on just unbelievably professionally executed events. And you've proven to us over 2 years now how professional, safe, and fun these events can be. In light of the major changes made to X Games, I think that this helps backfill that demographic, that energy, that youthfulness, that excitement to Aspen that I was pretty disappointed was gone from X Games this year, to be honest. So part of that was the music, part of that was the way that they set up the event, but I think that Palm Tree backfilled that for me in a lot of ways. Super supportive of 5 years, totally understand where you're coming from. You've been great partners to the city of Aspen. Thanks for doing what you do.
Thanks, Bill. Real quick, I want to come back. I do want to, at some point, there were a couple suggestions made by ACES, because first of all, I agree. I agree on a lot that you said, and I think that a more appropriate place for this would be out at Buttermilk. I think that would be a great venue for this. And so I would like to hear your comments about turning the stage the other direction. I know that we set up the way we do because of kind of logisticals and the ability to, so I don't know if it's even possible to do that. But I do want to hear some comments on that at the end. Ward?
Well, you just nicked off one of my lists. I've heard some complaints about sound checks and how loud that is, and we heard some concerns from ACES, and I would like to explore the possibility of having it point the other direction. I'm not an event organizer. I don't know how to put on an event. You guys do. Palm Tree has been, it's not my thing, but I have seen nothing done as well as the last 2 years of Palm Tree. As far as multi-year commitment, I think that city councils have to make those. If we can't make decisions just on the 2 years that, or 4 years that we know we're going to be on. I'm going to be gone in 11 months, but that doesn't mean that we can't extend an agreement beyond how long we're on council. I appreciate, I think that the event isn't for everybody, but neither is snow polo, which preceded it by a week or so. The snow polo, again, isn't my thing, but it's a tremendous fundraiser for some people, and or for, I think it was for the hospital, or I can't remember who it is, but it's a tremendous event. And I would like to support this, but I'd like, before I support it, I'd like to have the free public concert worked out with a special event, so that I know that it's something that's coming and that we can rely on for 5 years. I appreciate the need to have a longer period to book acts, and the fact that, I mean, the economic benefit of the community is pretty substantial. 70% of the people are from out of town, and 70% of the people, I think this is right, that come here for the first time revisit. So from a business side, from a profit side, it seems to be a really good thing at a, so I think that the positives outweigh the negatives, but I just would like to see the possibility of sound checks and stage orientation, if it could be directed in a way that would be less impactful for some. But I say that because if you change the stage, it's going to be going right into my backyard.
Your turn.
Yeah, my turn. West End complains about it. 10 complaints doesn't seem like a lot of complaints. And again, I commend the whole palm tree, the whole event. It couldn't be done any more professionally. I attended for 2 hours, but again, it's just not my thing. But that doesn't mean I should try to deprive the rest of the community from enjoying it. So I would be supportive on the condition that we work out what that free concert amenity to the community is, and that's baked into this. And also a request that you consider some sound mitigation measures. And I do acknowledge that 100 decibels was not exceeded, that you're in compliance with the noise ordinances.
Thanks, Ward. John?
Yeah, I want to thank you for giving us some VIP tickets so we could attend, so we could see it up close and personal and know what we are deciding. I also thought it was very well run, and I enjoyed it. Now, I have heard a lot of supporters for the festival, and I've also heard a lot of detractors. And I'm not going to go into detail on that, but I would also say that the noise is an issue for me. I'd like that to be somehow addressed, and a possible venue change. I mean, I know right here in town it's great because so many pedestrians can go to it and not have to take taxis or anything like that. And I would echo what Torre said too. When this was initially proposed, I was very excited because I thought you guys were going to be putting on the show, and the talent that you bring here is extraordinary. So to find out that it's being put on by the Palm Tree Festival is a little different than what I was expecting. I would also agree that just giving you a 1-year permit, it's not working, but I'm hesitant to go for 5. I think I'd like to land somewhere in the middle.
Yep. Do you mind responding to a couple of those items? Venue change, turning the stage, volumes, those items first.
Well, let me first say that I think there's a misconception about who puts this festival on. There are 3 partners involved in Palm Tree Festival, but it's run by the Goldbergs. It's run predominantly by my son David and by my son Danny. It's my job to come here and communicate with you all and make sure that they have the experience, the guidance somewhat that I've gotten through the 19 years that I've been doing this now, but they've been there a good portion of that. So it's branded as the Palm Tree Festival because that's an exceedingly well-done and well-known festival throughout the world, put on by one of the performers of the last year and owned by, which is CoA. But they're not the operating partner. We're the operating partner. The other partner that we have puts on Lollapalooza, Bonnaroo, one of the biggest concert promoters in the world. But again, they're not the operating partner. We're the operating partner. We're all equal partners. So I think there's a little misconception that I'd like to clear up in terms of who produces this. It has been exceedingly helpful to have them as partners because of the experience they have in putting on festivals, and we do rely upon their expertise. Likewise, they rely on our expertise in terms of understanding this community. To your point, Tori, about not being able to purchase a ticket without paying a service fee, You can't go to a Broncos game without a service fee. You can't go to a Nuggets game without a service fee. You can't go to most venues in the United States where concerts are put on without a service fee. But what you could do is if you lived in the zip code of Pitkin County, you could buy a half-price ticket all over Roaring Fork. So what you could do was buy a ticket at half price, and the savings of that far exceeded what the service fee is.
How many half-price tickets were available?
Approximately 600, 700.
Which cost us about $100,000 in revenue.
More this year than last year.
More tickets were available this year than last year.
It cost us more this year than last year. Additionally, that's, we learn every year. So last year we found out that a lot of people were sharing that code with people who didn't live in the Roaring Fork Valley. That's not the intent of it. We go through excessive lengths to make sure that that's reaching people in this valley who it's intended for. We have a multiple limit on ticket purchases for the other types of tickets, but we only have a 2-ticket limit for this specifically. It's not intended to be shared with somebody who's not in this valley. We don't promote it on social media. We put it in the newspaper. We send it out to our Belly Up email list subscribers who have Roaring Fork zip codes or we know live in the Roaring Fork Valley because we understand that there's plenty of locals in this valley who don't have a Roaring Fork zip code, right? So there's ways that we go about it to try to reach them. No way will ever be perfect, but we think we learned a lot from last year to this year and we'll hopefully do so next year. But that's a pre-sale that goes up before any on-sale takes place.
As it relates to repositioning the stage, we couldn't give you an answer right now as to how viable that is or isn't because it's not how it was structured from day one. It was structured in a way that we thought protected the residents to the east as opposed to affecting the further residents to the west. I'd say, and again, this is more his realm, we'd certainly look at that. I'm not so sure that that a realignment wouldn't create a bigger problem, but we'd certainly look at that. As it relates to the time or the reason that we're looking the rationale about 5 years, we're already way behind in terms of talent that has expressed interests in performing next year, but have already moved on because we couldn't give them an answer. So this is the 3rd year that we've come back and said we really need the ability to have a long-term projection. Beyond that, the savings on our end, and I think it was you, Ward, that said something about profitability. Without getting into numbers, putting on a festival of this nature or two nights of concerts of this nature is, it's inconceivable to think of that being a profitable venture in 1 year. It's usually a 3-year proposition before you break even. I can tell you that it's not close to worth the energy and effort from a strictly financial point of view in terms of what this takes to put on. But we're frankly pretty proud about what we've done for the city of Aspen. Now, you can agree or disagree in terms of whether or not the economic benefits of this, and we did provide a third-party independent analysis of the economic impact for the business community. I would say, footnote here, in terms of the people who spoke of an approval based on attendance, clearly showed that people were excited about what we did because we essentially sold out. So from an attendance point of view, I would say there are a lot of people. I know you and I have had this conversation. You don't like the type of music. That's fine. You may like it better if it was Lyle Lovett, for example, or whoever else you might have wanted that to be. But for some people, that's right up their alley.
But just to be clear, it has nothing to do with my personal taste in what the music is. I just think that what we're hearing about the noise levels and what that noise impact is, that's what I'm saying is like, whether it's something I listen to or not is not a question here.
Well,
I'm just talking about how it fits in our community.
With respect, with all due respect, the number of noise complaints, at least from what I've read as it relates to those people who had the avenue to publicly comment was, what, 10 noise complaints? We didn't go over what the noise level was, and we're talking about 2 days a year. So from my point of view, the economic benefit, and whether you take that economic benefit and have it, or quarter it, or make it 10%, it's a significant impact to the businesses in this town. So the number of businesses that we talk to, predominantly hotels, restaurants, bars, bartenders, taxi drivers, was a significant impact, and in most cases was a greater impact than the weekend before, which was President's Day weekend. So I don't really look at this from the perspective of whether or not this is a money-making venture for us, because there's quicker ways to make more money. But again, I think we're pretty proud about what we've been able to provide for the city of Aspen, and more particularly those people who are part of the economic engine, for those people who've been real vocal from our standpoint in terms of making sure that this thing continues. So and then finally, what I would say is the rationale for 5 years is because we can cut long-term deals to make this thing much, much more impactful, both in terms of the artist side, but more particularly the production, because as you've told me before, the production was significant. You wish somebody locally could have done the production, to paraphrase a conversation, but nobody production-wise locally has been able to do this. So I think if the economic benefit of this is taken into consideration, I respectfully would say that it's been, for us, a tremendous success.
Board, you wanted some discussion around and it's also in our packet memo about direction on a free community concert, contractual requirement.
Yeah, I would like to see that baked into the approval, that we have an agreed upon, whether it's solely by Belly Up or in partnership with other people, that there is a free concert to the community that's baked into this 5-year approval. I don't know how to do that with the resolution, if we leave some room in there for that, but.
So the resolution is to direct me to execute a final agreement on behalf of the city. In that motion, if you so choose, you could explicitly state that I need to include that in that final version prior to execution. Thank you.
I do want to share a counterpoint to this requirement. And I certainly understand it, and I understand that they're asking to use a community asset, which is the park. I do know that there's park fees being paid. I don't know what that number is, but I imagine it's somewhat significant. But I do think that all of these concerts are sort of de facto free concerts. I mean, I saw lots of people standing right here watching these concerts for free. I think that they already are kind of providing free concerts, so it seems like a bit of a double whammy to me.
It's not a free concert. I'm sorry, I apologize, I won't interrupt you, go on. But it's not a free concert, even if people are standing up at the rail. I mean, that's like, that's talking about the people that are outside the tent kind of thing, but it's not about that. It's
you said you didn't want to interrupt me, but thank you for mentioning the music tent, because I do think that sitting outside the music tent is a free concert in certain ways, and it's a really nice experience, and I think this is a really nice experience. It's akin to like the orchestra balcony seats at a symphony, or the Wheeler Opera House. I think used to originally have some of those little super premium
boxes
or whatever they're called. In their day. I just thought that was worth mentioning, that counterpoint. I don't know how Michael and David feel about that requirement or not. We haven't given them an opportunity to answer that, but I did want to say that there is a counterpoint there.
So as it relates to the free concert, look, we're proud of that too. John, actually, the first time you and I have ever had a conversation was at the 4th of July concert last year.
Enjoyed it.
I thought it was great. We felt great about that too. We've committed to do it this year.
We have talent booked already.
And that's solely at our expense, which is above and beyond what we pay for the use of the park. We'll commit to continue to do that. The biggest aspect of that is not the money. The biggest aspect of that is the time commitment that it takes to put it on and to produce it. And we'll continue to do that. I would be remiss if I didn't ask for some type of partnership with the city in terms of the cost of that, not in terms of actually putting it on, because again, that's our expertise. We don't particularly want to see that go away, but on the other hand, and you and I did talk about this last year, was the idea of trying to get some form of partnership with the financial end in some respect. It's not a deal breaker for me, but I'd like to at least, as I say, go on the record with that request.
And while, just if I may add, while it's not a deal breaker and something that we certainly like to have direction on, these things, as mentioned in regards to Palm Tree and the park, they get booked long in advance. We don't have concrete direction on where it's going, so we've moved forward. We know that there's going to be a free concert this summer. We've moved forward. We've started producing it. We've booked talent for it. We're going to keep doing it, but having some type of, I say we're going to keep doing it along the lines of that's agreed upon. But our intent is not to say, oh, there was conversation last summer about potential shared costs. We're not going to move until we hear that. That's not how we operate. We look at it from the perspective of this is getting done one way or another, and if it ends up being our sole cost again, then okay, that's it. We've already booked it. We've already made the commitments for it. But I think a partnership would be certainly something that we would be more in favor of, not from a time allocation, not from a professional resource allocation, but simply from concerts cost money and events as well.
I'm ready to make a motion if others are. And the last comment I would also make is we're not on the World Cup schedule for next year, so we're losing one event for next year, and I think this is a tremendous benefit to have logged for years to come. But I'm also ready for a motion if others are.
Well, I don't know that that last issue is worked out. I don't know what we need to be agreed upon at this time. That's hanging out there. They're looking for, they're making an ask of the city partnership. I don't know to what extent that is. I don't know how those conversations will continue after this. I don't know. I mean, for me, when we started this conversation a couple years ago, there was that was the thing was, regardless of renting the park, it's a public park, and we just don't really do privatization of our public parks unless they are tied to community benefit, whether that's charitable donation or whether that's this creative idea, which was about sharing music. So I don't know what we're gonna need agreed to move this forward.
I assume it's making a motion with the attachment that we asked staff to work on the free community concert should be a contractual requirement. So I'll make a motion that we pass Resolution 61 and have staff directed that the free community concert should be a contractual requirement.
Second.
Okay. Ward, does that satisfy?
Yeah, and I leave it up to Sarah and the Goldbergs to work this out, and that it's final approval is from Sarah and Jim. So you guys work it out and make it a good thing for the community. So, yeah.
Okay. Motion and a second. Is there any further discussion?
Yes, we're are we going to pass this resolution with a 5-year lease, or are we still discussing how long it's going to be for?
The motion on the table is for 5 years, and it includes a community concert as a contractual obligation. Okay. In further discussion, so like I said, I'm just too hesitant about 5 years. I appreciate it. I could have considered some other durations, but I'm gonna have to withhold my support on this one, so. Could we have a roll call vote for the motion on the table, which is for 5-year Palm Tree Festival, around the same weekend kind of timing, with a community concert as a contractual obligation in the agreement?
Counselor Doyle,
No.
Counselor Guth,
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein,
Yes.
Counselor Rose,
Yes.
Mayor Tory.
I'll vote no, sorry. But that's 3-2, so you have your approval.
Thank you for the consideration.
Thanks.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I do believe we have folks here specifically for the, let's see, which resolution number is it? Resolution 55, waiting for us tonight, and I was hopeful that the council might be able to take that up before break to release those residents rather than needing to wait through your break.
Sounds great. Let's go to resolution number 55. This is 114 Westview Drive, consideration of demolition allotment request.
Thank you for allowing us to present on behalf of the applicants. Mayor Tory, City Council, if I could share a few slides, we'll make this a pretty quick
Thank you.
presentation. All right, well, let me try that again. Oh, dang it, there it was. Sorry. Give it a minute to think. For the record, Haley Hart, Community Development, Ben Anderson to my left. Sorry about this.
System's melting.
Okay, here we go. Okay, so Resolution 55, Series of 2024, this is consideration of a longtime local demolition allotment. The property in front of council today is 114 Westview Drive, which is part of the Knollwood subdivision. The home in question was built in 1965 and was annexed into the city in 1987. The current owner is Jeffrey Brucato, who is in the audience, and he is seeking a longtime local demolition allotment for the subject property. Staff finds that the applicant has met the code process for the 35-plus year longtime local allotment as outlined under Title 26, as well as meets the requirements showing residency and occupancy of the home for at minimum 35 years. Awesome. I don't know what's going on, sorry. Sorry, my computer is freaking out right now. Here we go. So this is evidenced by many of the exhibits that were within your packet for tonight, such as the warranty deed shown on the screen here, showing Jeffrey's purchase of the property in 1980, thus satisfying the ownership and residency requirements as he has held ownership of the property for 44 years. And not part of the requirements, but something fun that I wanted to highlight that was in the packet as well is this image, because it's just a fun piece of history for the property owner. This image is from the 1969 Winter School Ski Joring Competition in Snowmass, where Jeffrey, who is the skier in the image, competed in and won the competition for the year. So Jeffrey's been part of the community for the past 63 years, working first as a buttermilk ski instructor and then one of the 16 original ski patrollers for Snowmass in 1967. And since that time as a general contractor in the valley. So currently, the city has 3 allotments available for this provision under the longtime local title, and staff finds that the application meets the criteria and recommends that City Council approve Resolution Number 55, Series of 2024, granting the local property owner demolition allotment for 114 Westview Drive. I don't know what's going on.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Questions about ski joring? Bill?
I have 2 questions, both for Mr. Brucato, if I may, if he's willing to come up. He does one. Okay, no, I'll ask Garrett.
Yeah, Garrett Lermer with Kramer Lane
Garrett.
Planning.
Most importantly, if we do a ski joring competition in downtown Aspen, will Mr. Brucato ski behind the horse for us?
I think we could probably talk him into it.
Perfect. More seriously, I was curious to know what the cost to pursue this longtime local application has been for the applicant.
I actually don't have an exact figure in front of me. You know, and I'm happy to find a time kind of in a different venue to have a conversation about the specifics of our engagement with our client in the process. But if we could, I'd like to keep the conversation to the review criteria for the ask.
Sure, thanks.
Yep.
Any other questions?
I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 55, Series of 2024, consideration of demolition allotment request for 114 Westview Drive.
I'll
second.
Go ahead.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Could we have a roll call vote for resolution number 55?
Counselor Doyle,
Emphatic yes.
Counselor Guth,
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein,
Yes.
Counselor Rose,
Yes.
Mayor Tory.
Yes.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Garrett.
Good to see you, Garrett. All right. It is 7:38. The next items, I think, are a little lengthy. Maybe, why don't we take a little dinner break here, guys, and come back and finish these last items.
Okay.
All right, it's 7:38. We will be back at 5 after, calling for 27 minutes, everybody. 5 after 8. We'll be back. Thank you. Welcome back. This is the Aspen City Council regular meeting for May 14th, 2024. We are just coming back from a brief dinner break and picking up on our agenda where we left off, which is under action items. Our next item is resolution number 44, provision of required affordable housing via fee in lieu payment.
Good evening. Sophie Varga for the record. Chris Bennon is here as the applicant's representative, and he's going to do a brief.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. Chris Bennon with Bennon Adams here on behalf of the 6 applicants we have in front of you for a cash in lieu payment. I won't go through the 6 applications. I can certainly answer questions that you have about them. There are 5 residential and 1 commercial. I want to provide a little bit of the background on why we all of a sudden landed here asking for a cash in lieu payment. Mark Hunt's company, MDev, has been the sort of largest holder of affordable housing credits in the last few years. Largely in anticipation of his own use. They had done some internal sort of calculations and thought they were had extra credits in excess of what they would need, and so we had been sending clients their way to buy off little snippets as projects came forward and needed them for permitting. There was some recalc within the confines of MDev, and they didn't have more credits than they needed. They had fewer credits than they needed. They're actually one of the applicants in front of you. That happened sort of midstream with one of our clients. They were sort of agreed in terms. We weren't papered yet, but we were agreed in terms to buy one of these small snippets. And so to kind of caught everyone off guard, we advised other clients, and there was sort of a little bit of a pandemonium. So that's why you see so many in front of you, including one for MDev for the commercial project at the corner of Galena and Cooper. I'm sure Sophie will go through the criteria. We agree with staff that these requests meet the criteria that you have in front of us. The market is essentially dry for credits. I did want to mention that there is a change in ownership of the 1212 East Hopkins property. We were representing the seller, which is Jobin Aspen LLC. That's what the application came in as. It transferred a week ago Monday. New owner is 1212 East Hopkins LLC, and we are authorized on behalf of the new owner to continue on with the application. We provide all the paperwork to staff. I just want to mention that for the record. Last thing, and then I can answer questions if you have them, is we very much appreciate staff moving this along more quickly than we expected. When this first came up, we had clients that were ready to pull a permit. As I mentioned, there was a sort of a pandemonium, and we had to tell clients, look, this is probably a 4-month bogey for you. You know, maybe this is 3 if staff pulls the right levers and so on. I think we're 4 weeks in. So it's not very often I get to call clients and say, you know, the gears of government are moving a little more quickly than we anticipated. But certainly very much appreciate staff moving this along, and that's on behalf of our clients as well. They might very much appreciate moving this along. So with that, happy to answer questions that you have.
Thanks, Chris. Does staff have any information to share?
I essentially have a list of the properties and the criteria just to go over really quick. So the request tonight is for 6 projects on the screen here to pay their affordable housing mitigation via fee and lieu. The amounts are on the screen. As Chris noted, 434 East Cooper is a commercial property, or commercial use, so it is category 4 rather than 2. They all have their necessary land use approvals. They're all in the permit review process. The Planning and Zoning Commission unanimously recommended approval last week. And then these are the 4 applicable criteria. The majority of the council and Mayor Tory last month heard a similar presentation, and nothing much has changed since then in the credits market. The payment will benefit the 150 fund and go towards near-term affordable housing projects. So staff recommends that council approve resolution number 44, series of 2024.
Thanks. Any questions from council? John and then Sam?
Yeah, I just have a quick question about 350, 360 Lake Avenue. I'm aware that that's had construction fencing around it for a decade. Just curious as to how that's even possible.
Very quickly, it's been a sort of complicated path for that property. I think ComDev has reviewed 3 distinct homes on that property. The construction fencing surrounds an excavation and a foundation that was sort of approved, invested, and we have seen 3 different designs for what goes up on top. This most recent design also provides a home for the lot that is in front, closest to lake, which is kind of new from previous proposals. So there's actually 2 lots on that property.
Got it. Hence the two different addresses. Much like 400 and 410.
Not so different.
Different, but yeah.
Other questions? Well, Sam and then Bill?
Last month I asked the same question of what if we denied, and you guys provided an answer. I just want to say again, I don't need to ask the question again, I guess, but I just wanted to reiterate how this is like the obvious choice, and we're just going through the motions here, and I would just make a request that there be a more streamlined method when these circumstances are in place.
Yeah, agreed with the perspective. I will say that Mr. True and myself have looked at our code pretty carefully, tried to find a path that does not involve a code change. And when I say code change, a policy resolution and a first and second reading of an ordinance, you know, we can certainly do that. And, you know, if it's pretty clear out on the horizon, it's going to be a while before this credits situation resolves. So it's on our list to deal with, but it does require a code change. We don't think that there's a way that we can just wave a magic wand and make this go away.
And the code change just requires a lot of staff time and effort?
Staff time and effort, and I think that the difficulty is, again, should there be desire to continue the success of the credit program long-term, we need to be very careful on this topic to not eliminate the sort of ultimate request for a fee and lieu payment. That's really at the sort of heart of what gives some guarantee of value to the credits, is that request to council. And so, again, you know, from staff's perspective, we certainly understand the current dynamics. We've taken the effort that we can without doing a code change to kind of expedite things. But to do something that wouldn't come in front of council would require a code change. And one, it's time and effort, no big deal on that regard, but more so wanting to be very careful that in doing that we don't fundamentally undermine the credits program.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that answer.
My comment was along those same lines, and Ben, you and I have been talking about this for quite some time, and I appreciate that there's no real way to do this without a code change, but I think it's time for a code change, and one of my suggestions to you, as you know, was a time definite reprieve from the council requirement, which wouldn't undermine the program in the future. So whether that be 6 months, a year and a half, 2 years, I don't know what's appropriate, and we can discuss that, but I don't think that requires a ton of brain damage or staff time or effort to make that kind of code change, and I think we should do this sooner rather than later, so we don't have to spend every council meeting reviewing these requests. Thanks.
Any other questions, comments, suggestions?
I'll make a motion to approve resolution number 44, series of 2024.
I'll second.
Motion is second. Further discussion? Could we have a roll call vote, please, for resolution number 44?
Counselor Doyle,
Yes.
Counselor Guth,
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein,
Yes.
Counselor Rose,
Yes.
Mayor Tory.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sophie.
Thanks all.
Thanks, Pam.
Next item up for us is resolution number 62.
Mr. Mayor, James R. True, City Attorney. I will address and carry this item. Excuse me. I would note here that Jody Edwards and Chris Bryan are here on behalf of the 6 applicants. Mr. Edwards represents 1, Mr. Bryan represents the other 5. Here, council is requested to consider adoption of Resolution 62, excuse me, which would approve the settlement agreements of outstanding demolition allotment appeals and 1 outstanding litigation. I do not necessarily wish to go through the history of the demolition program. I wish to focus on the resolution and stipulations that we are proposing tonight. As you all know, a lottery was held on February 20th of this year for 4 available 2024 demolition allotments. 10 applicants were not selected in that lottery. There were a total of 14 applicants that have participated. Excuse me. Before you now are 6 applicants who were denied allotments following the lottery and who did appeal. 1 applicant who was denied an allotment was granted an allotment a few minutes ago pursuant to the 35-year residential ownership program in resolution number 55. They did participate in the lottery as was required under the code in order to move forward in that 35-year step. The agreements that are being proposed for approval pursuant to resolution number 62 are brought to you due to the willingness on the part of these applicants to agree to obligations beyond current code requirements related to the diversion of landfill waste. This is consistent with the intent of the code, and how this is structured maintains the allotment program because it does grant multi-year allotments for 2025 from the 2025 allotments based on the commitments that they're making as part of this stipulated agreement. As you heard last night, properties are different and diversion rates may vary significantly depending on many factors. The City Attorney's Office worked with Ainsley and Ben to negotiate with Mr. Edwards and Mr. Bryan an agreement that you have before you tonight. Although these agreements in the specific terms for the diversions of the waste may not precisely reflect what was discussed last night, we all feel that based on these applicants' initial analysis of the individual properties, we will meet or exceed the diversion goals that are sought in the program. I would agree, I would note that one of the agreements addresses the litigation that is ongoing and resolves that litigation as well as this new appeal that applicant has submitted. As you recall, last October, Lake House Aspen LLC filed an appeal of a denial. The applicant happens to own 2 separate properties, each seeking a demolition allotment. That's 400 and 410 Lake. Following the appeal in October, council chose not to grant multi-year allotments to those applicants in the face of threatened litigation. The litigation was filed and the litigation is ongoing. As expected, these applicants then applied for 2024 allotments. Through the lottery, one of the properties was granted allotment, the other property was not. Here, and I think this is really important, even though the applicant that got an allotment through the lottery for one of the lots and would be required to comply, would only be required to comply with the current residential demolition and redevelopment standards, which only mandates 35% diversion, they have agreed that for both lots, they will meet the requirements set forth in this agreement. This, again, is a major incentive to the adoption of these agreements, particularly for this lot, as it would, or these lots, as it would allow us to, or would require the properties to comply with the stricter requirements of the agreements regarding waste diversion. The appeal would be mooted and the litigation would be dismissed. So I think it's important to note that this was an important incentive that was provided by these property owners, that even though the one property had the demolition allotment that was granted through the lottery, they're willing to commit to the stricter requirements that we've set forth in this agreement. Again, we believe, we being staff, me, ComDev, City Attorney's Office, I should state, support these agreements. We believe that it creates a situation that addresses strict requirements or stricter requirements for diversions, and it maintains the program as it provides as consistent with the current code, the provision of allotments from and the barring of multi-year allotments. This is allowed under the code, and this is consistent. What these applicants did is they brought forth incentives that justify, in our mind, our, again, the City Attorney's Office and ComDev, in our mind, justification for granting these particular properties or entering into these settlement agreements with these particular properties. I'm happy to answer questions. Again, Mr. Edwards and Mr. Bryan are here. Mr. Sterling, I believe, represents one of the applicants, the applicant that's represented by Mr. Edwards, 919 Waters, I believe. And what?
919 Waters.
What I said?
919, same thing.
We heard, I thought I heard.
In any event, I'm happy to answer questions. We do support, staff supports the entry into these settlement agreements in passing resolution number 62.
Bill?
Firstly, Jim, thanks for having this conversation in public where I think it belongs. This is a issue that's affecting the whole community and has caused a lot of anxiety and expense and stress to many members of our community, and I believe this conversation rightly belongs in public. Secondly, Jim, if we do not approve these settlements, I presume, it sounds like some of them litigation is already in process and some of them we could expect litigation on?
Well, litigation involves 400 and 410 Lake Avenue. That litigation will continue with regard to one of the properties. Obviously, the other one got the demolition permit in the lottery. All five, the attorneys for all property, or the remaining properties have indicated that they will pursue the appeal. The appeal and the next item on the agenda would be continuing until June 25th. I do think it's important to recognize that is a quasi-judicial proceeding that would come later. They've indicated if the appeal was not upheld or the decision overturned in essence and allotments given, the litigation would probably ensue. So We do have to go through an appeal process, so you have to keep an open mind on the appeal process. There are a lot of issues that they have raised. You know, some of them are complicated, some of them are very legally based, but we would have that on June 25th.
Thank you.
That's part of the agreement that we've made to hear this here, is that we continue the appeals that are set for tonight till the 25th, if you do not approve this.
Thanks. And is it reasonable to assume that if those appeals were also not granted by council, that litigation would likely ensue by
Yes.
some or all of these applicants?
I would, and they have advised me, the attorneys advised me that that would be the case.
Great. Could you help me understand, firstly, does the city's legal position differ meaningfully from one applicant case to another?
I will say generally, I don't want to get too much into the city attorney's legal position. I do not see a significant, I will answer it to this degree, I do not see a significant difference between the appeals that have been submitted by the parties. With the, well, there might be one exception, but it's minor. There might be minor exceptions to all of them, but they're substantially similar.
Thanks. And what would the city's, in your opinion, what would the city's chance of winning litigation on these cases be?
Well, that opinion is not something that I would like to discuss openly as to the nuances of litigation and risks that are associated with it and such. I'm willing to say publicly that we believe our position is defensible.
Okay. Any position, I suppose, is defensible. Could you talk about some of the specific arguments that would be posed of why, challenges, I should say?
At this point, outside of executive session, I would suggest not.
Okay. Thanks.
Other questions? Questions?
Yeah. If these demo allotments were granted, how many demo allotments would be currently out there through this program?
I believe, I think I even wrote this down here. I believe with these 6 through 2025 allotments, there would be 28. It's an average of 7 per year for the 4 years.
28 demo allotments, and have any of them, what?
28, there would be 28 allotments
Yeah.
out. It includes the one you gave earlier.
Yep.
And another 35-year allotment.
Yeah. And have any of them been acted upon to start a demolition?
I know of one.
One of potentially 28. And to act upon it, you need a building, a permit to then be able to demolish?
There's a permit process, correct?
Yeah. And technically speaking, in a real world, all other 27 could get a permit within the next year or so and all start demolitions at the same time if they had the necessary requirements, right?
I believe that's accurate, yeah.
Yeah.
I do look for Ben to confirm some things.
No, just the pace and development. You could have 27 different demolitions at the same time regardless of this program, so I don't always fully understand that. And then on the other side, these are the only ones that have potentially a diversion potential to them, and all the rest of them get to go to the current city code, which is no waste diversion, correct?
No. The current code has a requirement of 35% demolition by weight. This will be, in most of these cases, not all 6 of them perhaps, but in most of these cases, the diversion will be 50, I think the numbers we got, 50%, 70%, 75%. The gentleman can speak further, but there are a couple of small, very old properties here too that may not reach the higher percentages, but they're small, and the impact is minimal. Like one of them is, I believe, 500 square feet. 437. Yeah, and, you know, the impact of that demolition is more minimal than the bigger properties that exist here.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. Yeah, with that, I just can't stress enough how much I feel like this program should be criteria-based, because, you know, one of the denials from this program happened, and now we're potentially going to settle it, but one got accepted through the lottery, and without the criteria involved, it just makes it not make so much sense as far as the goals of this program with pace and development, and then also with waste diversion. So I just wanted to get that out there. Along with that, I just wanted to echo too that I'm glad we're talking about this in public. I feel much better about it that way. And that's all my comments for now. Thank you.
Thanks. Ward? John? Ward?
Well, I have a problem with a couple of things. Number one is 4E, that there's no guarantee, the last sentence of 4E is the applicant shall not be deemed to have breached the agreement if it fails to meet the diversion obligation. This is something I think we could have negotiated, but my objection to each one of these is item number 13, because I think that because Bill and Sam deprived the city council of having legal counsel to discuss this, that I don't feel that I am fully informed, and I think it's a fool to enter into an agreement like this without legal counsel. So based on the voluntary and informed assent, I cannot support any one of these demolition allotment settlements.
I got one more follow-up, if I may.
Thank you. Other comments?
Go ahead, Sam.
This is for Jim. When it came to legal counsel and the fact that we didn't go into executive session about it, could each individual counselor go to you for legal counsel on this topic?
I can discuss with individual council members any issue that they wish to address. Do you have another question? I wanted to respond to something Ward did say.
No, that was it. I just wanted to make the point that you still could have legal counsel with the city attorney over this. It just didn't need to be an executive session.
Yeah, but executive sessions do have major benefits to have the ability to address the council as a whole, and in part to address questions that come up, such as Councilor Guth raised earlier that I was not comfortable answering. So I can talk to council confidentially, any council member confidentially. I had requested an executive session before, so I thought that was an appropriate way to handle that. There is something I think I can address that Councilor Howenstein raised about the provision that we wrote, applicants shall not be deemed to have breached this agreement if it fails to meet the diversion obligation. We also wrote throughout this that there are requirements for good faith efforts. What we were trying to address there, well, let me back up a second. There language throughout here for reasonableness and good faith action. The good faith really looks for the demolition expert. We're relying on demolition experts to be acting in good faith to provide, make these determinations of what can be diverted. And again, working with Ainsley and Ben, and Ainsley, who talked last night very strongly about how the program works, we felt that it was appropriate in this context to make sure that if everybody is acting in good faith, we didn't, because somebody's missing a small percentage of that diversion, that we would penalize or be able to void the agreement. You understand, most of this is determined after the property is demolished. So what we're really looking for at the front end was good faith efforts on everybody's part. And again, staff feels that this is accomplishing both all of the goals of, or the goals of the demolition program. It maintains the allotment program, but it also moves forward with those better diversion, stronger diversion program that I think council will get to eventually. Whether it gets to what we feel is strong here, I don't know, that's left to be seen, but we feel this is very strong.
Sarah?
I would just like to add a note that one of the things that's clear is that while individual counselors can come to Jim, can come to me, you're not able to provide direction in that setting. And so that is a critical component of what the executive session allows the council to do, is to speak in a voice that provides perhaps things like negotiation parameters if you are finding the information before you unsatisfactory. So I don't want to lose sight of those. There's certain things that cannot be done through individual meetings in the operations of the city attorney's office or the city manager's office. Thanks.
Well, I would have to emphasize also that whether it's individual meetings or collectively, can't make a decision.
For negotiation parameters, for sure.
You can set forth certain parameters, but you cannot make decisions. And I like that, just clearly on the record. You can direct negotiators, that is true. That's one of the provisions of the open meetings law. Council as a whole can direct.
Thank you both. Bill?
I will be supporting these settlements, but I did want to mention that I think it's unreasonable to hold these applicants to a higher standard than other applicants who were lucky enough to win the lottery. These people have done nothing wrong and just desire to pursue their private property rights, and I think it's unfair to hold them to this standard in principle. Thanks.
Thanks, Bill. I have a couple of questions, perhaps, and Ben, maybe if you'd come on up, because I think my questions will be for you. Can you please explain, after last night's conversation and what was heard, what is in the settlement agreement? Where do those pair up? Where do those diverge? Can you please explain the exact framework of how this is going to work?
I think so. The first thing I would say is, I think going way back into growth management's history, the idea of a multi-year allotment has been around since the beginning. When there was more development in town that was desired, and whether it was residential or lodge or commercial, there was a relief valve, which is this multi-year allotment. And I think one of the reasons why this feels so strange is we haven't used that for probably 10 or 15 years, but it used to be a really regular occurrence. And the key criteria for the multi-year allotment is that a project, and again, this was a much more common practice in Aspen's past, was asked to sort of do some additional. If you were proposing development that was not granted a growth management allotment, you could come and ask for a future year if you were willing to sort of provide extra affordable housing mitigation or some other sort of community benefit that the council could agree to. So in this case, as part of the residential redevelopment standards that were passed with the moratorium ordinance, there was a series of things that were asked of these properties to do. I think the one that's gotten most conversation is around diversion. And, I think the larger program that Aspen may adopt, based on the conversation last night and our desire to make this a more widespread program, I think what's going to happen with these particular projects is going to be beyond that. In that, we're going to be doing, and I think this is where the good faith estimate that Jim was identifying, that as part of the sort of demolition permit application, they're going to have to provide an estimate from an expert We think there are at least a couple of folks that can do those kinds of evaluations in the valley, and there may be more. But to go in and look at a property by property, and look at the materials that are in place, look at what can be diverted, what can't be diverted, and come up with an estimate of what is reasonable based on the property's architecture and construction. And, you know, again, make a good faith effort to follow through on that estimate of what's going to be possible from one property to the next. And so the 6 properties in front of you, as I understand them, are very, very different. Some of them are they're big houses with a lot of divertible material. Some of them are smaller with much less. They have much less concrete, much less metal, et cetera. So I think the strength of this, which I do think would be difficult to replicate sort of in a larger program, is that we're really going to get property by property evaluation of what's possible. That's the crucial difference, I think, that these properties would be subject to.
Is there a minimum threshold for the diversion rate?
35% if achievable, and there's probably a couple of these small properties that may not be, based on that evaluation. And we'll see once we get into a formal evaluation, but based on initial estimates, there might be a couple of these smaller properties that, for a variety of reasons, can't meet that 35%, just because of the construction of the individual property.
I would emphasize, if I may, that 2 of the properties may be in that situation because there's an and provision. It has to be under a certain size, and it has to be certified that by the expert that 35% cannot be met. It's really only applicable to 2 properties.
And then my next question for you is around the policy direction that we've been talking about the local 35-year. Where are we with that process? I think council voiced desire for some amendment to that provision. Where are we with that? And the reason I ask is because I feel like there are 2, maybe 3 in here that are in alignment with the intent of that provision. So I would prefer, if that is coming forward to us, I would prefer to provide allotments through that provision instead of advancing 2025 allotments. So anyway, where are we with that policy?
I think from staff's view, that's, we're still intending to come back to you. I will say that conversation from our perspective would be a lot easier with the resolution of these appeals and settlements and potential litigation. And just so that we have that behind us, I feel like that's a much more straightforward conversation. On the topic of the longtime locals specifically, I will say in the conversation that what I took away from the conversation that we last had on this was that there was a whole range of issues that I think individual council members desire to see, change on one topic or another within the larger program. The longtime local definition being one of those topics. I do think that alternatives to what we currently have are, I'm not suggesting that there aren't things that we could do relatively straightforward, but I do think it's going to require a fairly extensive conversation with council to land on exactly what that means and making sure that we're continuing to pursue the intent of the policy while also, landing on where council thinks is more appropriate in defining what that sort of local characteristic is. So it's our intention to be back to you as soon as we can, but I think it's a larger conversation, and I think that the conversation about the long-time local and coming up with a new definition for that or other criteria, based on the conversation that I heard, I think it's likely I think it's going to be an extensive conversation with you folks.
Okay. And then I wanted clarification. The numbers that you were just talking about is with these, if these were to be granted, that there would be 28 demolition allotments given over the last 4 years?
Well, 2022-23 had 6 allotments that were given for each of those years. 2024 has 8 allotments that have been either given out or available at this point. They've been, 2024s have been, 4 of them have been held up because of these appeals, but at the end of the 2024, it'd be 8. That's 22, and these 6 for 2025 would be a total of 28. Well, actually, that math includes the 2 35-year ones.
I was going to say that you're missing 2 there, but, well, to me, that sounds like where the previous council and some council members wanted to see this tracking along. So for all the conversation that's gone on about it, I would actually say that this program actually has met expectations, and I don't want to put it in terms of failure or success, but I think it is doing the community's work. It's been difficult. It's definitely not been perfect, but this is kind of what we heard from our community, so I feel something positive about that from this. Not negative, but positive, and I appreciate that. Like I said, I have a couple sticking points with this. One is that I don't think that all of these should be advanced from the general allotments of 2025. I also think that the diversion should be something that is executed successfully. And I look at this as an opportunity for us to learn something about that. So I'm a little bit on the fence on some of these, but I'm hearing from you that you think that clearing the board with these keeps us in alignment with the demo program as it sits, gives us the opportunity for further improvement as we go through this year, and still keeps us on a track of relatively 7 per year, which is really pleasing for me to hear. So we'll see when we get there. Any other comments, questions, discussion?
I got one more question for Jim. Jim, I was kind of wondering, last June, we approved permits through an appeal process as a council, and we did it unanimously. And I sort of wondered, did we not set a precedent that way by approving permits that were appealed unanimously that had 0 criteria attached to them just because people came back and asked? Because I feel like since then, things have just changed for other reasons, and I know council can change their mind, but it feels like precedent to me.
Well, these are looked at a case-by-case basis, and precedential value is minimal in most type of quasi-judicial determinations. There are differences that you faced in subsequent denials, but part of that is part of the litigation that's been asserted in the ongoing litigation we have. But I do believe that the precedential value is minimal from what was done in that June application and what you are doing here. And it's consistent with comments I made earlier, and I think Ben supported these comments based on what typical growth management quota system does, which is allow you to provide, and our code is written in this manner, to provide incentives or a basis in which you can justify the multi-year allotments. And it is done very, very clearly here. The ones happened in June of last year may have had distinctions. They were granted, they were denied in October. And we're here now with these, under these circumstances. So I don't think the precedential value is controlling here.
I guess the precedent that I saw there was that there was no criteria based last June when we made these decisions, and now we're throwing a lot of criteria into it, which I find to be interesting at best. And then the other thing I just wanted to point out in these demo permits is that one of them is Chrissy Pope, who came before us a long time ago. We all heard about her situation, and I think she's almost a poster child for the torture that it can be to go through this program, how much it can cost in lawyers, how much it can cost now maybe in waste diversion, and is just a really unfortunate situation for a long-time local.
Ward.
Yeah, I don't think we're holding to a higher standard. This is a settlement agreement that was offered to us for our consideration. So the conditions that either Bill's saying that we're holding them to a higher standard, or you're saying that we're putting conditions on, are conditions part of a settlement agreement that was presented to us. And I feel I was deprived of legal counsel, and therefore I can't support something that I feel as though I'm not fully informed on, because I feel I was elected to make the best judgment I can on all available information in my possession, and I don't have that at this point.
Almost. Sam, I don't know that I did vote in the affirmative in that last vote in June that you referred to. I don't think it was 5-0. I think it was 4-1, so.
I don't recall.
I do.
Now you mention it.
Yeah. All right, any further questions? If not, we can take a motion.
I'll make a motion to pass resolution number 62.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Further discussion? I'll offer my further discussion. I have the potential to support this evening. I'm not supporting it because of threatened litigation. I'm supporting this because I think that this meets the community's expectations around the pace of development. It is meeting the community's expectations around waste diversion. And I also see that some of these, I think, fit in with the community's expectations around the local tenure, residency, whatever you want to call it, for the ability to demo. You know, and for me, I'm very happy that we're moving towards a waste diversion model for our C&D. But what I'm trying to kind of safeguard against, Bill, is speculation to a high degree. You know, a concern that I have is in the economic climate that we see going on right now, we're seeing people pay exorbitant amounts of money for something that they want to tear down. And the impacts on our community, if that were to be something that became rampant or you know, a high volume of turnover, I want protection for our community on that kind of extreme, you know, speculative redevelopment and demolition of properties. So I'm still feeling like we need to refine our demo program, but I don't think it should go away. I do think that the community has expectations that they don't want to see blown away. And that's really where I come at this from, is that I want to make sure that our land use code works primarily for our community members, secondarily for a development community. But I think that there's a way for us to get there, and I think that we're getting there slowly. So some good news in this, not all bad news. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Could we have a roll call vote, please, for resolution number 62?
Counselor Doyle,
With city attorney's recommendation, I will vote yes.
Counselor Guth,
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein,
No.
Counselor Rose,
Yes.
Mayor Tory.
I'll vote yes.
Thank you, council.
Thank you for the time and work that you've put into it. Appreciate it.
Thanks all.
Hey, guys.
Executive session.
Ready for the next one?
Do you, continuance not necessary?
The next item, the demolition permit appeals by agreement, that is in this, by agreement with passing this, that is mooted. So I don't believe further action is needed.
Thank you.
Executive session, are you ready?
Would you like to introduce the executive session?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, staff is recommending the council go into executive session pursuant to CRS Section 246402-4A, the purchase, acquisition, lease, transfer, or sale of any real, personal, or other property interest. 4B, conferences with their attorney for the local public body, purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions. And 4E, determining positions relative to matter subject to negotiations, developing strategy, instructing negotiators. Specific items of discussion involve the following: ongoing litigation, the Centennial Homeowners Association versus City of Aspen, potential litigation involving Burlingame 3, including Gurdon LLC, Department of Local Affairs, ACRA Master Agreement and Negotiation, and the lease, transfer, acquisition of real property or property interest, contract negotiation, and communication with council regarding such subjects. However, due to market forces, negotiation strategies, and confidentiality demands parties involved and necessitated by the subject of specific legal advice, which further disclosure would be a detriment to the city's strategic position, the exact properties cannot be disclosed. If council votes to go into executive session, the executive session will be recorded. Recording will be maintained by the clerk for a period of not less than 90 days. As always, if you go into executive session, we will convene the executive session downstairs in the electric pass room. It is, I believe, you expressed earlier that there is not an intention to return to council chambers for adjournment. It will be adjourned downstairs. And I apologize for my voice. I don't know what's going on.
Sounds fine to me.
Okay, good.
I'll make a motion to go into executive session.
Thank you. A motion and a second. Need further discussion? Could we have a roll call vote for executive session, please?
Counselor Doyle,
Yes.
Counselor Guth,
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein,
Yes.
Counselor Rose.
Yes.
Mayor Tory.
Yes. Thank you once again, GrassRoots. As we stated, we're going into executive session for a couple of items. We will be adjourning. There will be no further direction or meeting this evening, and we will adjourn after our executive session. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a good evening.
Go Nuggets.
Including you.